Good afternoon. I would like to thank everybody and take this opportunity to welcome you to the school board meeting Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025. The tentative budget meeting will take place after the school board meeting today. We do not have a presentation of colors or any kind of showcases in reference to schools because it's still summer. I know that students are really excited. They have 3 weeks left until they have to go back. So with that, if you would make sure that you please remove your hats, turn off your cell phones, and if you would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. At this point, would Jody Dumas please take the podium to start the presentation for the Energy Star Awards.
It takes a second. Yep.
Thank you very much. Board members.
I don't think he's on. There it is.
Is that better?
It takes a minute. He told us it'd take a second.
You would think I know how to do that by now. So thank you, board members, Superintendent Connor. We appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about our energy management program this afternoon. Joined here by my partners from Synergistics. If you remember, several years ago, we partnered with Synergistics to help us reduce our energy costs across the district. This is an effort that's been going on for multiple years and been very, very successful. Before we move into the Energy Star Awards, let's talk a little bit about our energy management program. This year, in terms of our line items, our budget, as you look through all those big numbers in the budget, one of our largest line items that's not people is energy usage across the district. And we'll spend probably this year about $9.9 million in energy use across the district. And as we move into the next few years, the base rate will probably go up for FPL, and we're predicted to probably be up around 12.7 by 2029. So that's a big number that hits our general fund. It's important to us. Every dollar that we can reduce in consumption is a dollar that we can spend in classroom. It's a dollar we can spend on teachers. And so it's super important to us. It's been a priority of the board for years. That's why we partner with Synergistics. And so that's why we're here today, is to talk about some buildings and some schools that are doing a wonderful job for us in terms of the energy reduction. Energy reduction is really two things, right? It's making sure your equipment's operating correctly, make sure you got the correct light fixed, the correct equipment in buildings. But it's then also a lot to do with the people who inhabit the buildings, right? It's about the habits, shutting things down, making sure you're energy conscious. And what we're going to talk about today with these schools we're going to honor, they have staffs, they have administrations that pay attention to those things. Synergistics does a great job for us. They are out and about all hours of the night. They're out there on vacations because we achieve most of our savings when we're not in school. We shut everything down, right? Summertime is a great time for us to be energy conscious. Vacations, we want to shut everything down as much as we can. Well, sometimes we forget to shut things off, and that's where Synergistics partners with us. They do energy audits. Those audits go back to school sites. School sites look at those audits and see what things might have been missed, and they try to get better and better and better. What you're going to see here today are schools that continually get better at saving the cost of energy across the district. So we're very, very proud of them. Energy Star Awards are really an EPA award, and it's based upon the type of building you're in, and you have to perform at the top 25% of all buildings across the United States in terms of your energy usage. So it's really about not only equipment in buildings and HVAC, it's really about being energy conscious habits to make sure we're paying attention when we shut things down, and when we can conserve energy, we make our best efforts to do that. Without further delay, I'd like to call schools up today that are achieving very high across the district and are setting the standard for us and making sure we achieve these savings in our bid. So, is there a representative from Atwater Elementary today? Come on up. Thank you. Once you get your Energy Star Award, if you might stand right in front of the board, and we'll get a picture with everybody after. Thank you. The next school I'd like to recognize is Pineview School. I was talking to, come on up, Dr. Covert earlier, and he is talking about how it's become such a competition between staff members to make sure they're shutting everything off when they can. So thank you, Pineview. Do we have a representative from Venice Middle School here? Come on up. Woodland Middle School, a representative from Woodland.
I don't think they're coming.
Okay, all right. Well, we will make sure they get their plaque. And then we have actually 3 buildings at the landings that have also qualified for Energy Star. So Dr. Kemp, would you come up and read those awards? No, you're good. Good. So, in conclusion, I want to thank board members for number one, years ago, being very proactive in letting us partner with Synergistics and knowing that energy was a thing that we needed to reduce in our budget. I want to thank the schools who are here today for all their efforts on campus. But really, we've got high-performing schools across our entire district. And so I want to thank all of our schools because in facility services, we could not do this without participation from administrative staff, everyone on campus to try and reduce energy consumption. So thank you very much, board members.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move into a couple of approvals, then we'll have the superintendent's. First, I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda with the posted additions after original publication. Item 4.1, that the Sarasota County School Board approve the July 22nd, 2025 agenda as submitted on July 15 with the following changes. Human Resources added instructional classified personnel report addendum. Academic Services relocated to discussion agenda, approval of the mental health assistance allocation plan, and operations added to the consent agenda, approval of the cooperative contract with Tyler Technologies for the anticipated purchase of materials and services. May I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Ms. Ziegler, second by Ms. Marinelli. Any discussion? The vote should be up on the screen. Please vote. Motion carries 5-0. Next on to the superintendent's report. Mr. Connor, please.
Thank you, Board Chair, and good evening, everyone. It's nice to be back together. It is amazing to know that we are 20 days away from the start of school. It's been a fast and furious summer, lots of happening, and tonight I will begin my report with the consent agenda highlight. We have one item, 9.1, which is the approval of the MOU between Big Brothers and Big Sisters and the school board. It delineates our long-standing partnership with Big Brothers and Big Sisters and the responsibilities around mentoring services and mentoring managers that support our schools. And this year, we're really excited to add more to that portfolio is with our school police department to offer Bigs with Badges program. So excited about our partnership continuation. And if you haven't heard, we have earned our 22nd consecutive A for Sarasota County District grade. So congratulations to everyone on that. If you are not aware, there are only 2 school districts in the state of Florida that can say that, and we're proud to be one of those. And also for the second year in a row, 95% of our traditional district managed schools are rated A and B. So congratulations to that as well. Want to give a public service announcement around the U.S. Service Academy Fair, which event hosted by Congressman Greg Steube on Tuesday, July 29th, is open to students from Florida's 17th congressional districts. And if you're interested in attending, you are asked to RSVP by contacting David Halbstein, who is Mr. Steube's representative. It's an excellent opportunity for students and families to learn more of the unique educational and career paths in the U.S. Service Academy. And over the summer, we have been conducting several different professional learning opportunities, whether it relates to our Summer Leadership Institute, our Literacy for All, and we're really excited. Tomorrow, we're kicking off our Student Services Institute, and we will have, I believe, next week, our Math for All professional learning. And what I'm really excited to say about all of these great opportunities around professional learning, they have all been funded with philanthropic support. And so it was an opportunity for the people in our district, the leaders, the teachers, the staff, to develop and sharpen their skills. And we have a little bit of an insight of how our Summer Leadership Institute has gone, and we're going to share a short video on that. Oh, somebody hit play on that. May have to do it from over there.
Can the head of IT figure it out? Oh.
All right, well, maybe not. All right, maybe it's not linked in there. All right, well, it was a great institute, everyone. I can tell you, we enjoyed it, and it was an opportunity to really, we focused on the heart of leadership and understanding that it is the people within our organization that make us so great, and how we can really collaborate with each other to sharpen our own swords and make each other better and rely on each other for continuous improvement that ultimately results in higher student achievement. In the course of those 3 days, they really engaged in a multitude of sessions, whether it be new programming, new initiatives at the district, and we had a great keynote speaker to talk about the heart of leadership, and it also was a very great experience. So we are starting a new initiative this year I'm really excited about. Before school starts, we're actually going to be conducting Meet Your Bus Driver. So this event will be for all elementary and middle schools, and you will go from August 7th and 8th from 11 to 12 p.m. at your school, and you get a chance to meet your bus driver before the first day of school and make that connection to really start the school year off in a great positive manner. And we hope this will be a fruitful event, and we're excited about it. It's our first one, so our apologies if the logistics are a little bumpy, but I think a worthy endeavor, and it will be a fun opportunity. And if you didn't know, it is August 11th, first day of school, and we're ready to see our students come back. Pack your bags full of enthusiasm and curiosity and get ready to start a great school year. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Connor. We're next to the public comment section on agenda items. When you do come up to the podium, we are in another system that we're trying, as we continue, to streamline to make sure that everybody gets their opportunities to speak. So just, if you would, it'll come up for 3 minutes. The timers will be on either of these side boards. It is now linked that at 3 minutes, the microphone will cut off. It's set up automatically. So please be cognizant as when you get down to that point to finish your thoughts for the next person. So Ms. Tompkins will read your name. If you make your way up podium, please state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes in reference to specific agenda items. Ms. Tompkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. To begin today is Rana Bazzini, followed by Carol Lerner and Julie Forrester.
Good afternoon. My name is Rana Bazzini, and I'm a resident of Sarasota. And as Mary Ginley gently reminded everybody, I'm old. I'd like to address agenda item 10.3, the Student Code of Conduct. When I look back at my school years, both as a student and as a teacher, I'm overwhelmed by the differences, both good and not so good. Sadly, the latter seems to predominate. The item the school board is going to address today is a prime example of the bad things. Among the groups mentioned for protection, many were not even recognized when I was in school or even teaching. The good thing is that at least they are recognized today. The bad thing is that they are subjected to harassment. That's a step backward. The question is whether or not listing them is added to their protection and whether its harassment will stop. Others will speak on the data that suggest it is a protection and that it is easier for teachers to enforce. I would like to take it from a different angle. No matter how many rules and regulations there are in place, individuals will be bullied. If not in school, in the community. There are no real safe places unless one withdraws from society entirely. The real world is not always welcoming. Why not prepare students by inculcating a sense of strength, not victimhood? We don't send soldiers to war without weapons. Take a page from Sonia Helman, also known as Big Sonia, even though she was less than 5 feet tall. She was a Holocaust survivor who spoke to groups all over the country. She spoke to prisoners, to students, to the general public. Her weapon was her strength. Let it be, as I told you, she was a Holocaust survivor, and there were no safe places in concentration camps. Her weapon was her strength. Let it be ours also. Let's take a page and let's make our students safe by giving them the tools to be strong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol Learn, followed by Julie Forrester and Christy Carwood.
Good afternoon, Carol Lerner. I'm a director of Support Our Schools. Words matter. Changing the student code of conduct and other discrimination policies by erasing the enumeration of protective classes may win political points in DC and Tallahassee, but is playing with fire when it comes to students and staff, their safety and well-being. One substitutes explicitly enumerated protected classes with vague words like all students. It allows people to define such words differently or even not at all. History of our country has been a struggle by marginalized people to gain protections. Our Constitution did not list protected classes. It's earned, and many people died in those struggles. I am old enough to have witnessed some very important gains that were made in the 60s, the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act. Again, people died in those struggles. So why, I ask, are our school leaders moving our district backwards in history? And what really galls me is that there's a pre-compliant act that is unnecessary. At a time when school leaders should be focusing on bringing the district and the community together to deal with the budget crisis, it is instead fomenting division out of unnecessary fear. Instead of stripping protected classes, the board tonight should be discussing the future of 3 grant-funded programs up for approval on today's agenda, agenda items 9.9, 9.11, 9.13. These programs provide vital services to homeless and behavioral challenged students. Again, many marginalized students, but they are now at risk because the Trump administration's proposed 2026 budget, now being deliberated in Congress, gouges or restructures their funding sources, the ESSA and IDEA grants. In the proposed 2026 budget, ESSA title grants are slated for elimination or drastic cuts, and IDEA disability grants will be turned into a single block grant that governors like DeSantis can turn into vouchers or whatever they like. So let's come together. Let's mobilize around this. Many people tonight will be talking about a resolution against the freeze of various programs that are costing our district over $2 million. Let's support that as a board. Let's also hold town meetings regional town meetings, and let's discuss what's going on with the budget. Let's have a united front. The district did an excellent job when it came to the saving the advanced programs. That should be the model for the district.
Thank you.
Julie Forrester, followed by Christy Carwood and Mary Ginley.
Hello, I'm Julie Forrester, and I'm here tonight as a parent of 3 to urge you to vote no on removing enumerated protections for students. There is no urgent reason to do this right now. It is unacceptable that this board is unwilling to wait, especially when you are willing to strip Title IX protections without concern for loss of funding. It feels disingenuous that now, suddenly, there's a concern about federal funding loss. Why can't this board wait for a law that explicitly mandates the removal of these protections? If such a law were passed, it would likely be challenged in court, and if the courts ultimately ruled that protections must be removed, then I would understand having to comply. But we are not there. And until we are, there is no good reason to rush into a decision that puts our most vulnerable students at risk. I've seen firsthand how cruel kids can be to those who are different. When we remove specific protections, we send a message to those students that we do not respect them enough to protect them. This is erasure, plain and simple, and the consequences are real. As a mom, this issue hits close to home for me. My 6-year-old son has really long hair, and this summer he has been bullied by boys who refuse to accept that boys can have long hair. That may seem small to some, but to him it was painful and confusing, and to me too, to be honest. It reminded me how early kids learn to shame and exclude others for being different, and how important it is that we, as adults, build safe, inclusive, affirming environments for all kids. We don't affirm our children by erasing them. We affirm them by protecting them and by making sure they know that they belong exactly as they are. I grew up as the daughter of a first-generation Indian immigrant father and a white American mother. I often felt like I didn't fit in. I really can't imagine how much harder it's got to be for marginalized students today who are growing up in a climate of hate spurred by politicians who are using their identities as political stepping stones. Now is not the time to remove protections. Now is the time to stand up for our students and say, we see you, we care about you, and we will protect you. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christy Carwood, Mary Ginley, and Barbara Vaughn.
Ma'am, the mic is not on. No, it has a little green ring on the top when it's on.
Oh, it's on.
There it
Oh,
goes.
okay, I
Thank
see
you.
it. All right. Hi, I'm Christy Carwood. I'm a former Sarasota teacher. I am a former parent of 2 who graduated in Sarasota County Schools, and I am a grandmother of a rising kindergartner, and I'm really hoping that she will get the quality education that my son and daughter got. I'm afraid she may not because of the climate of today. But I'm here to speak on 10.3. I'm here to ask that you put students before politics. Eliminating the wording which emphasizes the protection of LBGT plus students and staff can have only one purpose: to please leaders and members of a certain political party. One purpose and one purpose only. I shouldn't have to remind you that your job as a school board isn't to ensure that all students in our schools receive a quality education in a safe learning environment. It is not to play politics. Our children are too important to be played with. Unfortunately, members of the LGBTQ plus community are still marginalized by some in our community, and even by one of our school board members. Therefore, you must ensure that LGBTQ plus students and staff, as well as those who bully them, know that the majority of this board wants to ensure that they are treated with the same respect as all others. One way to do this is to leave the wording as it is. And as a former high school teacher, I will tell you, I saw bullying firsthand, and it was very disturbing to me. Especially, I remember one incident that a young student in the ACE program, because I taught in the ACE program, you'd think they would know better, did something very inappropriate to a gay boy. and it really broke my heart. What broke my heart most was I was shocked because I knew the family this young man came from. So we really, really, really need to make sure that all of our students feel welcome and feel safe so that they can get the best education possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Ginley, Barbara Vaughn, and Sonia Helman.
It takes a
Okay.
second. There it goes. Once the
see.
green ring comes on, then it'll start.
All right, I apologize. Good afternoon. My name's Mary Ginley, and I want to speak about the Student Code of Conduct. I decided something really important the other day. I want to be Ronna Bazzini when I grow up. I'm only 78, so I've got enough time to learn to do it the way Ronna does, with courtesy and humor and respect. So I want to let you know, Ronna, I'm watching you. I'm watching you too, members of the board. I feel as if you are between a rock and a hard place. I read the proposed section of the Student Code of Conduct and thought, it's perfect. It's beautiful. It says it all. Why do we need to enumerate the protections for our most vulnerable kids? This takes care of everybody. When my son Sean was 4, I would pick him up at daycare every day, and I'd look out at this sea of 3- and 4-year-olds running around the playground. But I didn't have to look hard for him. There was 3 little chairs near the fence, the timeout chairs. And he was usually there. Sean, I said one day, you have got to learn to follow the rules. This particular time, he'd organized a rock throwing contest. But Mom, he said, I'd follow the rules if they tell me all of them. They can't think them up fast enough, I said. Actually, he was right. There are times when the rules need to be spelled out very clearly for 4-year-olds, for 14-year-olds, for 44-year-olds. And now is one of those times. I know it's easy for me to say this. I'm not sitting where you are, trying to figure out how to survive on very little money. If we change that code of conduct in the interest of caution, because maybe they will cut our funding even more, what else will we be willing to do? Talk about a slippery slope. So please, leave the code as is. I'm hoping the day will come when we don't need it to be so specific, when this new code will be fine. But you and I both know that day has not arrived. And until that day comes, let's keep our most vulnerable kids, our gay kids, our trans kids, as safe as we possibly can. Thank you, and good luck, my friends. I don't envy you your jobs, and I'm most grateful that you're willing to do it.
Thank you.
Barbara Vaughn, Sonia Helman, and Stephen Russell.
Hello. Most of you know me. I'm Barbara Vaughn, dubbed the church lady by one of your eminent group. And I'm not going to disappoint you today because this is an issue that shouldn't but needs prayer. It shouldn't. Yes, words matter. What part of all don't you understand? I looked up the word all, and it means everything or everybody. What does the word everybody mean? All doesn't exclude anyone, no matter what classification you choose to assign to them. All means everybody, everyone. Dear Lord, help this school board to understand that when they say all, or they say everybody, they mean every class of student, every class of administrator or teacher, or board member for that matter. All means all. How about everybody? Doesn't that mean everyone? everyone maybe who has a body. I think that would probably apply to most of us here. And I don't think harking back to compare any part of this with the Holocaust or any of the other terrible things we've been through as a country, as a world, has anything to do with this, and I resent the implication that it does. Nothing can be compared to the Holocaust, absolutely nothing. Nothing can be compared to slavery, the slavery in our history and the slavery in the world today. This is peanuts compared to what those people are living through. Our all means all of us here. It means all of our students. It means everyone in the school, everyone adjacent to the school. It means everyone. If you're someone to whom the policy prohibiting discrimination and harassment applies, then you're part of the all. You're part of the everybody. You don't need to be listed as belonging to a particular group. None of us do. Thank you. Amen.
Thank you.
Sonia Helman, Stephen Russell, and Sue Maloney.
Thank you, Sarasota School Board, for allowing me to speak. My name is Sonia Helman, Christian mom of now four public school graduates. Today, I'm speaking in opposition of the changes to the Code of Conduct 10.3. I have to commend the board for trying to craft a code of conduct that pledges to protect all students from bullying and harassment. On its face, it seems like a good solution to a difficult problem. At the last workshop, the superintendent stated that these changes were made to make language across all policies consistent to protect all students. But many protected classes are still listed out in 2.73. So why does spelling them out even matter? Studies have shown us that enumerated anti-bullying policies, including LGBT children, had students who were 50% more likely to feel safe at school, less likely to miss school, and more likely to report bullying when it does occur. They're also more likely to excel scholastically, as well as to have decreased suicide attempts. I understand including the Equal Employment Commission protections in the code may give some comfort, but these protections are far from guaranteed in the future. I understand that passing the Code of Conduct is a foregone conclusion for this board. So my question for you is this. Given Sarasota has been such a publicly contentious school board concerning queer and transgender protections, and given that this school board voted for the Title IX exclusionary resolution, which rejected gender and sexual orientation protections during the prior administration, and this was done even though it was non-compliant with Title IX and risked losing federal funding, or given that a member of this board has posted anti-transgender photos on social media, a form of bullying itself, or that given the fact that a member of this board publicly celebrated the defunding of a suicide hotline for LGBT persons on Facebook, tell me, can you please assure the LGBT students today and their parents that this is not a loss of protections? Can you truly, as an entire board and individually, state unequivocally that our queer and transgender students will be as protected when this code takes effect as they are right now, and as they are any other student in this district? Human rights are human rights. This shouldn't be up for debate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Russell, Sue Maloney, and Donna Jones.
Hello, board. My name is Steve Russell. I want to talk about the Student Code of Conduct. Just want to reiterate a few things that have already been said. This board voted against Title IX mandates last year at the risk of losing tens of millions of dollars in federal funding. Mandates that provided reasonable and necessary protections to vulnerable students, yet they still voted to go against these mandates at the risk of losing tens of millions of dollars. They did this against the advice of board legal counsel. Now the same board, because they don't want to risk losing funding, is proposing to remove language that protects vulnerable students. There are no state or federal mandates at this time to do so. This proposal is solely preemptive, is being put forth at the board's expectation of future mandates. Why not table this and be prepared to address it if the matter does arise? As far as all the verbiage, I know the rationale. All students matter. All students matter, right? Well, it's an undeniable fact that some students are at a much greater risk of bullying and harm than others. That's why the language needs to stay the way it is. It's an undeniable fact that the language in the Student Code of Conduct that specifically lists vulnerable students makes them safer, physically and mentally. Let's not be preemptive and keep the language the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sue Maloney, Donna Jones, and Julie London.
Good afternoon, school board members and Superintendent Connor. My name is Sue Maloney. I'd like to speak to you today about the changes that you've been discussing for the Student Code of Conduct. As a retired high school teacher who taught for 34 years, and that is a lot of teenagers to deal with, I can tell you that bullying and harassment in our schools will undoubtedly increase if you remove specific language and guidelines from these policies. Teachers are the ones who are responsible for catching, stopping, and reporting specific instances of bullying and harassment in our schools. It's not you, the school board members and our superintendent, who are sitting in your offices here at the landings. It's rarely the principals and assistant principals in our schools. It's the teachers. They're out in the hallways between classes. They have kids in their classrooms. If you remove specific language on bullying and harassment from this code of conduct, you're going to make it much more difficult for teachers to do their jobs. Teachers are fine with enforcing rules, but they need those specific rules and guidelines. Without them, some teachers may be much more reluctant to intervene when they see instances of bullying and harassment. I'm glad you're going to be posting these proposed changes online so that more parents, students, and teachers can provide you feedback on them. I think that's a great thing to do, and I hope you really take to heart the other feedback you're going to be getting.
Thank you.
Donna Jones, Julie London, and Gabrielle Nolton.
Hi all, my name is Donna Jones. I am a resident of Sarasota County, and I read last night the 2.71 policy prohibiting discrimination and harassment. I thought it was well written. I thought it was embraced all the critical things that needed to cover discrimination and harassment, and I thought it was all-inclusive. I read it twice in order to determine for myself if there was any word that stuck out that was offensive. And so I think instead of talking about labels, why don't we just talk about different means different? It doesn't mean bad, it doesn't mean wrong, it just means different. You don't need a label or something to put on me to see who I am, because you're going to find out. But I do believe that we need some kinds of relation that says bullying is wrong, labeling wrongly is wrong, and we just need to just be focused on kindness and treating each other in a good way. I did have a question. I don't know if I have the time, and I don't know if that's allowed, but I had wondered after reading this, how does the school board regularly assess the effectiveness of the policy of discrimination and harassment, including through consultation with parents, with students, with teachers, in order to ensure that all the critical things that might not be thought of from day to day are included and possibly put into the policies. So I thank you. And once again, I'm just going to say different doesn't mean bad. It just means different.
Thank you.
Julie London, Gabrielle Nolton, and Deb Hayes.
Ms. London. There you go. Start again.
Mr. Connor, you are moving mountains. We appreciate the incredibly hard work you are doing. I'm probably going to go over my time now for saying that, but it had to be said. In the book, The Four Agreements, one lesson is titled, Be Impeccable with Your Word. The agenda item removes explicit language that data proves prevents bullying and harassment. It shouldn't even be in the purview of being remotely acceptable once we have learned that the word all doesn't have the teeth as enumerating each specific class. Why would a board member agree to vote on advertising an agenda to unknowing taxpayers with what looks good on paper but actually weakens protections? I'm going to compare this to a power of attorney without a pre-need guardianship clause. The paper becomes nothing more than a discarded traffic citation. I think of a board member who has counseled students during a long and distinguished career. How can she be impeccable with her word if she continues to say after listening to all the facts, we may not like it, we have to listen to our lawyers? A board member can't blindly choose an attorney's rationale if there is no current law to back it. You have to listen to those that are on the front line who have information you might not have. I thought all sounded good. Turns it's bogus. Fake news has no teeth in comparison to an explicit list of classes. Without the public having the data, it would be irresponsible and a betrayal to your trusting constituents if you vote for this revision to be advertised. They see the word all, and like me, thinks that sounds good. If the board member who tells the public to send bullies to him thinks it's okay to send a misleading document to the public, then he's not being impeccable with his word. If a former counselor thinks it's okay to advertise a code of conduct that she knows doesn't serve the best interest of the students, then she is not being impeccable to her word. An attorney recommending playing it safe with the language because of what might come down the pike needs to read the fourth agreement. Do not make assumptions. Other district law firms are not because they know that excluding language hurts the child. Keep the explicit language and add the word all at the end. It's so hard being a kid today. Don't make it one iota harder for them. That is not who we are in Sarasota. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gabrielle Nolton, Deb Hayes, and Jules Rain.
Hi. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Okay, I'm Gabrielle Nolton. I'm asking you to keep protections to include groups like LGBTQ people specifically because data states that students feel safer and teachers are more likely to intervene when someone is being bullied with a specific language. I'm going to focus on LGBTQ plus students because trans people are being targeted in terrifying ways in this country. So trans kids especially have a lot to deal with in addition to most of them being bullied at school. And as we all know, being bullied can lead to suicide. Schools are responsible to be safe for all students. Feeling unsafe increases the risks of self-destructive behavior and attempting or completing suicide. Trans people have a heartbreakingly high rate of attempting suicide. 25% of transgender youth have attempted suicide in the past year. Every time there is an anti-LGBTQ bill in the media, young people's calls to suicide hotlines spike by 400%. This year, so far, 953 bills have been introduced attacking trans people's medical, civil, and human rights. They have to deal with the terror each bill evokes, on top of bullying. Bullying is a huge problem. And we've had children die by suicide in this school district. Let's talk about what even one child dying by suicide does. It cuts off their precious lives when there is a huge chance their life would have gotten better. Friends, family, are all traumatized and broken. Many will never recover. The child's parents will be in unbearable pain every day for the rest of their lives. And can you imagine having to identify your child's body? This person you love more than anyone in the world? Walking into the kitchen and seeing what one sees when someone has hanged themselves? Going into the bathroom and finding more blood than you've ever seen and your child with wrists slit, dead? Or having to identify your child's mangled, pulverized body after they've jumped from the 10th floor of a building? Or never having closure because your child jumped off a bridge and their body was never found? Specific protections decrease bullying. Bullying has led to countless suicides. So why on earth would anyone take these specific protections away?
Thank you.
Deb Hayes, Jules Rain, and Kasan Doerty.
Good afternoon. I'm Deb Hayes, retired school district administrator and a concerned ally of the LGBTQ community. I'm here to ask you to vote no on the proposed policies and code of conduct changes found in agenda items 10.3 and 10.4. At first, I was appalled that specific mention of protection for individuals' sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression were removed from district policies and the code of conduct. While I could understand a stated fear of financial retribution for using those phrases, it didn't mesh with the board's previous lack of concern for potential funding losses when the board majority voted to ignore Title IX language as it included those classes. Perhaps if the district had not been inclusive in its language, its removal would not have been seen as so significant. As others said, language matters, but more importantly, underlying principles matter. The board cannot be wary of losing funds at one meeting when it clearly did not care a few months ago. Then it must be the content, and that seems wrong. At first, I was really encouraged by replacement language that included all students and staff. That seemed to be a lot of good merit. However, as I thought more about it and did more research into it, I've decided that the proposed language is insufficient for the protection of these individuals, including in the documents, in the existing documents. To me, the new documents are generalized to the point where I would say it's something like, you would tell me everyone should follow all the rules, without clarifying what rules, regulations, or laws to which you're referring. The words are inclusive, but not particularly meaningful. For example, if you were to tell me to follow all traffic signs, I would say, oh, sure. However, if you say follow all traffic signs with particular attention to school zones, I'd more alert to those particularly vulnerable sites and will pay more attention to my behavior in those school areas. I've recently researched many peer-reviewed studies which conclude that specific protected language is much more effective in promoting safety and well-being in vulnerable population. The state legislature has legislation which is referenced in these policy changes, and it is inclusive of very specific anti-Semitism language. It doesn't refer to any other religion or any other isms. So therefore, I have to conclude that the state must feel that there are classifications that deserve inclusion in non-discriminatory language.
Time's up. Thanks, Ms. Hayes. Appreciate your comments. We will work on that. We will work on that.
I'm waiting for the shepherd's crook here. Oh my goodness. My name is Jules Rain with Equality Florida. I'm here to urge you to vote no on the proposed policy changes to policies 2.71, 2.718, and 2.73. These changes remove enumerated protections for students and represent an unnecessary capitulation to federal and statewide anti-diversity policy, which has no basis in mandatory legislation, but which will put students' safety at risk. Peer-reviewed research, including the 2021 GLSEN Student Climate Survey, clearly show that enumerated protections ensure that groups with histories of discrimination are clearly named protected, incidents of harassment are twice as likely to be reported, and that teachers and administrators have clear language with which to hold people accountable for harmful incidents. Vague terms like all students have historically failed to address patterns of bias or to provide clear accountability when harmful incidents occur. Superintendent Connor, you've stated at a previous board meeting that these changes were to make language consistent across all of our student policies, but this is not the case, as some of these enumerated protections remain in policy 2.73. These are race, color, national origin, sex, disability, religion, and so on. If you want to make language consistent across district policies, then do so. I encourage that, but leave enumerated protections in place when you do it. Let me be clear, federal law does protect students in schools, but the current administration has made it a priority to unjustifiably target certain classes of people, especially those who are LGBTQ, immigrants, or disabled, and we must take steps to ensure protections in place at the local level, especially for these marginalized students. Some school board members may erroneously think that removing diversity, equity, and inclusion language in district policy will help protect the district from potential investigation or loss of federal funding, and that this is a necessary business decision to keep the district running. But there are no state or federal laws which mandate these changes. In fact, 3 court cases have ruled against federal government's anti-DEI efforts because the government can't even properly define what DEI is. For the board to change policy language in this way is to pre-comply with a government stance which is not legally binding. And if school districts across the state of Florida, including Manatee County, can keep their inclusive language in such an environment, then Sarasota can as well. This is not just an LGBTQ issue, though. In addition to Equality Florida, the NAACP, South Jewish Alliance, Florida PTA, Progress Florida, Voices of Florida Fund, Sea Alliance, and many of our local churches and faith organizations are opposed to the removal of enumerated protections and diversity language in Sarasota School Board policies. School board members who compromise student safety put their position on this board at risk. I urge you to vote no.
Thank you.
Casanova Doherty, Colby Hyde Key, and Galen K.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Casanova Doherty. I'm a queer trans man, and as of July 16th, a graduate of Sarasota County Schools. I'm here to speak against agenda item 10.3. Pretty much my whole school career, from the moment in elementary school when I came out first as a lesbian, I was relentlessly bullied for my identity. Little kids, 7-year-olds, on the playground would call me slurred, make up cruel names, refuse to play with me at recess, and left me entirely alone. When I came out as trans, it only got worse. I was targeted, mocked, physically attacked. I made it to such a dark place I didn't think I was going to live till my 18th birthday. I didn't want to live till my 18th birthday. Those scary statistics you hear about queer youth suicide aren't a myth. They aren't made up for pity points. They're real and they're happening all around you. 7 separate times I tried to take my own life because I couldn't bear the thought of waking up the next morning and going through it all again because of the bullying. I'm not an isolated instance. I know there are kids just like me in our schools right now. Kids that don't need their specified protection stripped away from them, especially not now, as it feels like to a kid the whole world is collapsing directly on top of them. Please, if you take one thing away from what I'm saying today, it is that harm will come from this change. To ignore the fact that a marginalized identity is the cause of bullying is part of the problem. Our language is protection. It keeps us safe, keeps heard, keeps us alive. When you take away our language and our protection, right as the whole world is screaming that people like us should die, children like me disappear. Classmates go quietly into the night. School board members question to the face of those that remain if the bullying is even happening in the first place. I need you to care, board, about the safety of these kids. Please do not pass 10.3 until the necessary language has been added. In a climate where kids like me need you the most, do not throw us under a harmful, vague blanket protection that leaves far too much ambiguity to do us proper justice and make us feel properly safe. We have far, far bigger battles to fight right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Colby, followed by Galen Cahill and Alex Doherty.
My name is Colby Heidke, and I'm here as a former student of Sarasota County Schools to discuss the proposed removal of protections for queer and trans students on agenda items 10.3 and 10.4. While this is being branded as a policy that expands protections by removing enumerated protections, teachers will no longer have the power to curb discrimination against queer and trans students in the classroom. Similarly, by removing the language from the Code of Conduct, queer and trans students will be left feeling entirely unsupported upon seeing the absence of language highlighting their identity in official district documentation. Study after study has shown that exit protections in schools for queer and trans students reduces the rate of bullying and suicide, while increasing the odds that incidents of discrimination will be reported. As it stands today, I personally know multiple former students who suffer from internalized homophobia as a result of bullying and harassment in Sarasota County schools. This torment sticks with students long beyond graduation, stunting their transition into adulthood, impacting their ability to form healthy relationships, and deteriorating their self-esteem in the long term. While this discrimination continues even with the existing policy in place, removing explicit protections will make it harder to discipline the perpetrators of these homophobic and transphobic attacks, setting a precedent for continued discrimination. Vagueness is erasure, and failing to acknowledge the unique struggles faced by queer and trans students in our schools only perpetuates them. Furthermore, there is no federal requirement to remove these protections. The motion was made purely by this body. This doesn't just affect queer and trans students either. This removes protections for students of religious minorities, students of color, and other minority students. Vague policy allows for selective enforcement and allows far too much room for interpretation. Why are we choosing to weaken protections for our students without being instructed to by the state or federal government? Even Manatee County School Board recently voted not to adopt these policies. I'm asking that you vote no on agenda items 10.3 and 10.4 until the necessary specific language has been added. As someone who left Sarasota County Schools after only 3 months, in large part due to my tumultuous experience as a queer student at Riverview, how can we encourage students to choose public schools over private or charter options when we can't even guarantee them a bare minimum standard for safety? Thank you.
Thank you.
Galen Cahill, Alex Doherty, and Olivia Nolton.
Hold on. Top. Yep.
There you go.
See a little green ring? Oh, it's off now.
Okay.
There it is.
All right. Sorry. My name is Galen. I'm a fellow with Equality Florida, and I'm here to speak against just policies 7.1 and 7.3. The school board appears to be panicking in the face of a budget crisis, and in their panic, their immediate response is to attack marginalized groups, as our society is so keen to do. Let us record straight. There is absolutely no precedent for the removal of these enumerated protections for our most vulnerable students. Protection that provably save children's lives. Suicide rates in Sarasota amongst LGBTQ youth are so low because of protections like these. To remove these protections is to openly allow the deaths of innocent children by allowing harassment and hatred to be vaguely passed over instead of strictly regulated. Quite frankly, it seems like this is an outright attack on queer youth masquerading in the guise of budgets. This will not solve the ongoing budget crisis and will only hurt our students. In the very curriculum taught schools, it is taught that the strategy of appeasement that has historically been used to attempt to appeal to the better nature of hostile authoritarian regimes does not work. And it only emboldens their attacks. This is a brazen attempt to appeal to a hostile authoritarian regime in the state and federal governments, especially, evidently, when there has been no order from either body to implement such policies. This will only make conditions for the school board worse if they follow through with this action. Neither body will stop their attacks on the community or the school board here, and you must make a stand or become another mat to be walked over by these regimes. I'm once again asking you to vote against the changes to policies 7.1 and 7.3 and have a conscience about what happens to our students in our schools.
Thank you.
Alex Doherty,
Alea Nolton, and Elizabeth Braden.
Hello, board. My name is Alex, and I'm a rising senior now at Suncoast Polytechnical High School. And as a trans student, I'm living proof that specific protections for queer and trans students work. Ever since I came out as trans in 8th grade, I was constantly harassed for my identity. It was relentless, and the only way I was able to get it to stop was by reporting it to administration. But I had a wonderful teacher and a principal who advocated for me, and arrangements were made so I didn't have to deal with them as much. But I was only able to do this because I specifically knew what was and wasn't allowed, and I knew that I was, gender identity was specifically included in the protections. It was only because of that I was able to advocate for myself. We need these protections so that more people can be safe like I was. Please don't get rid of them.
Thank you.
Alea Nolton, Elizabeth Braden, and Lillian Williamson.
All right. Hello, my name is Alea Nolton, and I graduated Booker High School in 2022 and now attend USC. The data is clear. Studies such as the GLSE and School Climate Survey show that having enumerated protections creates a significant difference in the outcomes of bullying experienced by LGBT students. As someone who attended Sarasota schools from kindergarten through my graduation in 2022, I can assure you that in our district, bullying is worse when this language is absent from policy. I know the experiences of me and my friends that administrators often turn a blind eye to even severe bullying, especially if it is based on a student's gender or sexuality. That means significant differences in the mental health and educational outcomes of our students, and in the worst cases can mean differences in attempted or enacted suicide. According to the study, 68% of LGBT students report feeling unsafe, and 52% have considered dropping out of school because they feel unsafe. I encourage you to read the whole study. As a Sarasota student, I switched elementary schools 3 times because I was regularly harassed for my gender expression. In 3rd grade in the bathroom, I was asked by an older student to strip, and in 4th grade, another student ripped my pants off at an after-school program in front of a crowd. Both wanted me to prove I was a boy. While I graduated at the top of my class, I personally have several friends who have dropped out of high school entirely in Sarasota due to the bullying they experienced and how it significantly affected them because they were gay or trans. They will never have the opportunity to graduate. According to the study, 60% of LGBT students who reported an incident of bullying stated administrators did nothing. I know students who were beaten and sexually harassed at high school in Sarasota. At my high school, they reported that they had no action or insufficient action from administration. When enumerated protections are not in place, it creates little recourse for students. General language without specifics is shown to insufficiently protect vulnerable groups in practice. This item considers changing policy based on worries about a hypothetical action that has not been announced by the state or federal government nor is written in law, an item based on fear. Giving into fear shuttered our school libraries, barring the free pursuit of knowledge for our students. And giving into fear created a mass panic among faculty and this board on whether they could acknowledge gay people's existence. Neither of these actions were required by the law once it faced legal review, but our unnecessary action did harm our students. It emboldened bullying I would know as in our schools as it happened. If fear wins, students will be harmed again. Surrounding districts have decided against such changes. We already know existing language protects our students, and that is why this board wrote that language in the first place. Do not let fear make your vote. Vote with your conscience and vote for what you already know to be right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Braden, Lillian Williamson, and Reverend Lily Brock.
Good afternoon. My name is Betsy Braden. I'm a community member and mother of 2 kids at the Florida Public Schools. Thanks for letting me speak. I'll be speaking today about the Student Code of Conduct. Every student, every day. I love your slogan. I support LGBTQ youth, my shirt, which is like every student, every day. I want to tell you a story. Last month, before I attended the transgender parade at the St. Pete event, I attended a Zoom funeral. My daughter's new college roommate, Jackie, committed suicide. She was transgender and well-loved by friends and family. She was only 20 years old. She fought for trans health care rights in Texas. She was from Texas. She went to the state house. She told the members of the house that she knew that some of them didn't care if she died. Her mom was very proud. Jackie was spitting fire, standing up for her rights as a human being. Imagine how Jackie's mom feels now without her daughter. Imagine the guilt, the what if she wasn't bullied so much by her peers or the government. The Sarasota County School Board needs to protect LGBTQ students, every student, every day. It's shameful you are actively removing protections that have to safeguard LGBTQ youth from harassment, bullying, and discrimination. This will lead to more bullying and, sadly, more victims such as Jackie. Please don't capitulate to anti-DEI agendas. Leave the student code alone. Please remember, every student, every day, don't be like some of those Texas legislators who don't care if transgender citizens die. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lillian Williamson, Reverend Lily Brock, and J.T. Pryor.
Hello, my name is Lillian Williamson. I'm a Sarasota County school student. I've always loved learning, and I find the challenge of advanced literature and the complexity of math an enjoyable hobby. I was homeschooled in my elementary school before moving here and joining the public schools. But now, more than ever, I wish to be homeschooled again, to read the endless banned books and go down rabbit holes with my mother. That taught me intuitive thinking. However, my single mother has to provide for 5 children, both monetarily and emotionally. Now, you can't solve this issue. However, you can solve the issue of why I want to leave. Because it is a consequence of isolating students, denying the existence of queer and trans students, furthermore, telling us our existence is controversial. And using faulty reasoning to take away protections. Agenda item 10.3 attempts to change the language of policy 2.71 under the reasoning of using all-encompassing terms, all students, in hopes to make the discrimination section easily applicable to all students. That fact. However, another fact is all is vague, and vagueness equals ambiguity, and it doesn't ensure a way to hold the individuals that harass and discriminate accountable. It allows for loopholes and further denial of queer and trans students' existence. We don't need vagueness. We need specificity. We need anti-bullying policies in place to protect our students, specifically our LGBTQ and diverse students. And all is not enough. All was written in the Constitution, and yet how many amendments did we have to make before women and men of all races were able to vote? How long did it take for freedom, no matter if you were a man, a woman, black, brown, polka dot, or striped? How long did that take? I need to know that I am safe within my school, and the next time I'm sexually harassed, I need to know they won't get away with it simply because I'm a female or because I'm pansexual. Understand, this policy does not make me safe. It makes me paranoid, disappointed, and frustrated. Your job as a school board is to make big decisions that provide the necessary protections based on the opinions of the public, or in other words, the people you serve as an elected official. Do I not deserve to feel safe? Tell me, why do these children don't deserve safety? And Superintendent Terry Connor, public schools is not better than homeschooling, because at least in my home, I feel safe. Please recognize the harm your decisions are causing and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reverend Brock, J.T. Pryor, and Moana Johnson.
Good afternoon. My name is Lily Brock, and I stand here not just as a concerned community member, but also a Christian minister of a rainbow congregation. Rescinding protections for certain groups of kids is confounding to me as a Christian faith leader, because the guy I follow repeatedly said that we must pay attention to the marginalized and vulnerable. Today, with an agenda item that proposes to remove protections from the most vulnerable, we are not debating a budget line. We are debating whether this school board will continue to uphold the safety, identity, and humanity of its most vulnerable students. Queer and trans students, black students, disabled students, students of different faiths, different languages, and different family backgrounds. Let me be clear. Removing protections is not neutral. It's not centrist. It's not fiscally responsible. It is not about policy. It is about power, about who gets to feel safe and who is left exposed. When you pull out protection for the most vulnerable, you're telling queer and trans kids that their safety is negotiable. You're telling black students that their experiences with racism are not real enough to deserve protection. You're telling children who don't fit into someone's narrow definition of normal that their lives are inconvenient. You're telling trans students that their lives are expendable. Schools are not just places of academic achievement. They are spaces where young people learn who they are. They learn where they are welcome, whether their differences are beautiful or burdensome, whether it is safe to speak up or better to disappear. And you're asking some of our kids to disappear. I'm here to tell you, this is not just about one policy or one vote. It's about what kind of community we are, what kind of adults we choose to be. History will remember this moment. It will remember that while other districts, even Manatee County, stood up and refused to erase specific language of protection. So I urge you, do not let fear or politics or, God forbid, prejudice guide your decision. Let it be love, let it be grace, let it be compassion. And ironically, the protections are there, so let it be. Thank you.
Thank you.
J.T. Pryor, Moana Johnson, and Michael Weddle.
Good afternoon. I'm J.T. Pryor. Many of you know me as the queer Christian pastor in our Rainbow congregation. I really say that every time, not because I want to applaud my queerness or I want a medal or anything like that. I do it because I know how important representation is, how important language is to queer students to see that it does get better. I know as a faith leader that my ability to see difference does not hinder my work, it just expands it. It deepens it. It's not saying that certain folks deserve special treatment. It's saying that certain groups need different types of care and different types of attention. The proposed changes to the Student Code of Conduct work under this guise of including everyone, all of the identities with general protections, but in reality, we know that this just sends our most vulnerable students further into the margins. Our national research is showing us that students feel twice as safe and teachers are twice as more likely to intervene when enumerated protections are listed in anti-bullying policies. If we know that certain individuals need certain protections listed to feel safe, to feel seen, to feel included, then why wouldn't we run to keep them as they are? If we truly care for all students, why in the world would we ever try to give them less than what they need? This should be a no-brainer, yet we're walking back protections when there is no legal requirement asking us to do this. There's no pressure to remove any language promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. Every student deserves to feel seen by their school system. Every educator deserves clarity, not vague language. Don't erase these protections under the guise of saving funding. Advocate to the state and federal government to protect and release that funding, but leave our students out of this.
Thank you.
Moana Johnson, Michael Weddle, and Avery Cole.
Good afternoon, Ms. Barker, Ms. Marinelli, Mr. Enos, Ms. Ziegler, Mr. Edwards, Mr. Connor, and Mr. Duggan. My name is Margarita Johnson. I'm mostly called Mona, and I'm a long time, in fact, almost all of my life, including some prenatal life, has been spent in Sarasota County. My children graduated my children attended Sarasota County Public Schools. Some graduated in a different district. I just want to say that I wrote down all the protected groups, and I wrote a lot of arguments about why we should protect these people. and you've been informed by more eloquent colleagues here in why that is. So just let me say that history and data seem to support, from my long discussions with lots of people and my reading, that enumerating the groups makes a big difference in how protected people feel and support them. So many districts, including Manatee, have not changed the language. I urge you to leave it the way it is. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Michael Weddle, Avery Cole, and Jamie Barrett.
Hello, I'm Mike Weddle. Thank you to the board, Mr. Superintendent. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Sarasota NAACP. Our president, Harvey, has asked me to express his regret that he could not be here tonight personally. We are partnered with Equality Florida, and we express complete solidarity with all of the protected groups. Many years ago, I was living in rural Western Maryland and was education chair for the NAACP a long time ago. It was the kind of place where boys would sometimes come to school carrying Confederate flags. One of the duties of the NAACP is legal redress. When a complaint involves discrimination, people, including law enforcement, come to us, and we often have to do an investigation and interview people to help facilitate the process of finding resolution. As education chair, I was assigned these cases in the schools, including our college in our town. The Department of Justice tells us that hate crimes in schools often involve anti-African American bias. That's no surprise to anyone. My opinion, what I've learned, is that students often do not have the maturity or the judgment to understand their actions. It would be great to live in a world where we didn't have any rules, but vague, naive rules, everyone just be nice to each other, is an invitation for violence. Such rules might sound good on the front end, but on the other end, when you're doing an investigation, after an offense has been committed, they can leave the perpetrator not understanding that they did anything wrong. There are people, and there are political movements, Aryan Nation, for example, who teach that African American students are not human beings. They teach that Jewish students are not human beings. There may be a representation in our community, I don't know. A perpetrator's narrow understanding of the world requires clear definitions and specificity. In 1776, Thomas Jefferson wrote a vague, politically expedient, all men are created equal. And then he went back to doing medical experiments on his black slaves. It took 100 years to convince Americans that their black neighbors were human. If Thomas Jefferson couldn't figure it out, asking our young students to is naive. Policies against discrimination evolved with protective classes for a reason. It's on us to remember those lessons. Thank you.
Thank you.
Avery Cole, Jamie Barrett, and Indy Iller.
Good afternoon. My name is Avery Cole. I'm a junior at Booker High School, and I'm a gay student. And I'm speaking out against agenda item 10.3, the change in student code of conduct. In my time at Booker, I have needed to use these protections for queer and trans students twice. Once in freshman year, when I was called slurs and was harassed for telling an adult. And once sophomore year, when I was indirectly assaulted in the bathroom when students threw a trash can over the door and hit me in the head. But my administration treated it like it was a directed assault. I'm not including the times that I have been called slurs in the hallway, and I was told by teachers, and teachers told me that they would stand up for me, saw it, or when students came up to me in the courtyard and commented on my sexuality and my body, and my friends, not the SROs or the administration who were in the courtyard, stood up for me. So speaking from experience, I would say these protections make me feel safe, seen, and heard. Teachers make sure I feel safe. My art teacher even often stand in the hallway by the bathroom if that made me feel more safe and comfortable. Teachers kept on administration, making sure they didn't dismiss my concerns, and they weren't required to do this. They did this because they care about their students. Now, this begs the question, does this board care about its students? Students are here. We're asking you not to pass this agenda item because students, myself included, know what it's like to not have these protections. We know what it's like not to be seen or heard. Students deserve to feel safe in our schools. So please listen to the students who are on the front lines, and please remove this item for the sake of the students. I could get on my knees and beg you, but I should not have to do that because I'm ridiculous. I should not have to beg for me to feel safe in my school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jamie Barrett, India Miller, and Sebastian Martinez.
Good afternoon. I'm Jamie Barrett, a taxpayer and a registered Sarasota voter for over 31 years. I want to thank all of you for your hard work. I urge you to vote no on agenda item 10.3 and 10.4. I am confident that everyone in this room cares about our community, our children, and teachers' safety. I attended the May 20th school board meeting when there was a talk of changing the Student Code of Conduct, section 300.3. You assured us there was a mistake on the agenda. Once again, you assured us there was a mistake that this was on the agenda. All of a sudden, you're voting it today? You haven't even included the protective language that was the concern. Surprise! Was this a mistake? Obviously not, since we're voting on it today. I am concerned for the LGBTQ plus and all student safety of margin, but particularly for the LGBTQ students. If you vote yes on the proposed changes, then we're not protecting our children who are most susceptible to bullying. Was the original code of conduct as written? It wasn't hurting anybody. I fear the safety of our students and our educational system. It is reported that 70% of our students do not feel safe in school. That's ridiculous. That number will definitely increase if we change the code of conduct and not protect their rights. With all the troubles that face our children in these fast-moving times, there is a need for more mental health support, not less. Policies and codes with specific language go a long way in providing that support. These inclusive policies are needed to clarify for all staff and students. It's my understanding that the school board's attorney recommended the passage of this agenda item. The reason behind this is because we may not get future funding from the government. Well, our funds have already been frozen. Maybe we should be focusing on filing a lawsuit like the other 24 states to get our funds back that were promised to us. We all feel passionate for taking care of our children's safety and rights. I implore you to vote no. Don't give license to bullying and stripping our educators of resources and specific.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
India Miller, Sebastian Martinez, and Michelle Zinzer.
It's great.
Yep, you're good.
All right. I'm India X. Miller, graduate of Florida Public Education. I live here in Sarasota, and I've had really no choice but to become an advocate for LGBTQ people here. Trans people in particular. We're real. If you have the luck and the mind to understand phantom limb pain, which 80% of amputees have, where their body knows they had an arm or thinks they had an arm. Some people that are born without an arm have pain in the arm they don't have. If you can understand that, you can understand a transgender person. You're simply choosing not to. You're simply choosing not to. These kids, as you know, are attempting suicide every 45 seconds. These kids in Sarasota are losing their lives to suicide because of hateful legislation pretending to be the word of Christ being pushed on our nation and our state and right here in this school board. I want to pray, and I mean that. I pray for my enemies. I pray for my loved ones. But I want to pray right now to Jesus to protect us from those of your followers who are not practicing your word, who are killing our children, our adults. Did you hear what these kids are going through? They're not coming to you. They're not going to come to educate. They're not going to come to people in authority who are wearing T-shirts that mock them, who post anti-trans things against trans mothers on Mother's Day. We have people in this country that want LGBTQ kids dead, and some of them become elected officials. When you vote and you support and you post the defunding of suicide hotlines for these kids, right now, when this administration is losing letters faster than a drunk postman, the L's gone, the T's gone, the Q's gone, the B's gone, like, it's insane. What is the hope for those kids? And now, Mr. Dugan, or Duggan, I'm not even sure how to pronounce your name because it never mattered to me before. I thought you were just neutral. But now you're like advancing this, that now is the time, with everything going on, millions of dollars of budget being gone, now is the time that we should specifically remove that label for their protection in our anti-bullying process. Right now, congratulations. You have taken away the last bit of hope they have. These kids leave your school district. These kids get the GED. These kids go home. They go somewhere because they're not safe here. And white gay men are not protecting trans people. Women, lesbians are not protecting trans people. We have a lot of people that are not standing up. I'm here to say we are real, we are here, and you are disappointing us, and we're going to vote you out. You chose to be in this role, and I'm ashamed. Stop using our kids as political footballs.
Thank you.
Sebastian Martinez, Michelle Zinzer, and Nicole Walkowitz.
Good afternoon. Superintendent Connor, board members, my name is Sebastian Martinez, a product of the Sarasota County school system, committed to ensuring our schools are safe for every student. I'm speaking on agenda item 10.3, the K-12 Student Code of Conduct, which is impacted by the proposed changes to policy 2.71, the anti-discrimination policy. These changes remove explicit protections for students based on race, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, religion, and other characteristics, replacing them with vague catch-all language. This rollback puts our most vulnerable students at risk and undermines the clarity educators and administrators need to address harassment or discrimination. I understand and appreciate the intent behind using language like any and all, but when it comes to policy writing, even in basic policy writing courses that I've gone to, when it comes to policy writing, explicit language and guidelines are crucial. What we saw in the parental rights bill, its vague language is the very reason it got shot down in court. And as much as I want to believe that administrators at our schools will take bullying, harassment, and discrimination seriously, as a former student, I could come up here and use my entire 3 minutes on anecdotes of students being told you're overreacting, or share stories about students being bullied and beaten in a bathroom, and then the student was suspended, but not the bully. Extensive research shows that schools with enumerated anti-bullying policies are twice as likely to have students who feel safe and teachers who intervene. For LGBTQ+ students who face higher rates of bullying and suicide risk, explicit protections and policies, like in the Code of Conduct, are life-saving. A 2018 pediatric study found that these students are significantly less likely to attempt suicide in schools with inclusive policy. There's no legal mandate for this change. Other districts have rejected similar proposals. Our neighbors in Manatee have not adopted. Conservative and liberal board majorities across the state have rejected these changes. I propose amending Policy 2.71, still including the any and all in Section 2, the general policy statement, to restore explicit protections by adding, quote, the district prohibits any form of discrimination or harassment based on the race, color, religion, ethnic or national origin, age, disability, veteran or military status, marital status, pregnancy, sex, gender identity expression, or sexual orientation in all aspects of its programs, activities, and operations. This prohibition shall be reflected in the K-12 Student Code of Conduct to ensure all students see themselves explicitly protected. This language, drawn from the existing policy definitions, aligns with best practices ensuring accountability. Last year, this board majority removed Title IX protections without losing federal funding. Now, fear of federal funding loss is cited as justification. We need consistency, not politics. So please amend Policy 2.71 and the Code of Conduct to put students first. Pull this item, amend it, and restore these protections to keep Sarasota schools and our students safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Zinzer, Nicole Walkowitz, and Dean Davidson.
Hi. I recently saw a poster that said, things are so bad that you brought out the introverts. Well, things are so bad you brought me out to state my mind, to get past my anxiety and be here and standing in front of all of you. My name is Michelle Zinzer, and I am a resident of Sarasota County. I'm asking you to vote no on the item 10.4, which proposes to change the language of the current student code of conduct. You currently have a code that has specific language in it that protects your students. And that's a good thing. But what you're now proposing is to weaken the language, to be inclusive or to be general, kind of vague, generic terminology, and that will make for more vulnerable students to get bullied, harassed, isolated, discriminated against, and their academics will hurt as well. And that's a big point of what we're here for today. There's also a subtle message that changing the language and removing protections suggests. It is, we don't see you as vulnerable. And we know that's wrong. We know there are hundreds of studies that have been done that show that LGBTQ plus kids are at a higher rate of incidence of depression and suicide ideas, greater than the general population. So that is real. And the things you don't need to change the language is already there. You just need to do nothing. And these kids are protected. And it's your job as the board to protect all students. And to do that, you have to have clear language. You have to have clear policies so that there's no confusion. And the word all is kind of confusing when it comes down to what does that really mean? You made the right decision when you included the enumerated language that you currently have. You made that right decision. I applaud you for that. Now make the right decision again and vote no to remove the language that clearly protects the marginalized in our student population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicole Walkowitz, Dean Davidson, and Tracy Lipton.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry, I had to make sure. I apologize. Hello, my name is Nicole Volkevich, and I am a full-time student at State College of Florida. I do my courses online as it is easier on my body for adult epilepsy triggered by the heat, as well as chronic fatigue and chronic pain. I have been in Sarasota County schools since I was in first grade, having moved here from Broward County to attend Sarasota County public schools. I have known all sorts of people throughout my time here. I know all too well from the experiences of my queer and trans friends that this clarity in the language is vital. There's so much I could say here, but I'm just sad. Despite this, I ask, much like others have here, that we look at Manatee County, who was on the cusp of passing a similar resolution, yet chose to listen to their constituents and not do that. Let's please follow in their example.
Thank you.
Dean Davidson, Tracy Lipton, and Alex Quinto.
Hello, is this on? Okay. Good evening. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to the proposed changes to policy 2.71 and 2.73, as well as the student code of conduct. These revisions will remove explicit protections for students based on race, gender identity, sexual orientation, and disability, and that is unacceptable. These are not just words on paper. Enumeration matters. When we clearly name who is protected, we ensure that students feel seen, valued, and safe. Removing those protections sends the message that certain students no longer matter and that their identities are up for debate. According to research from GLSEN, students in schools with clearly enumerated anti-bullying policies are twice as likely to feel safe, and teachers are twice as likely to intervene. This isn't just about policy, it's about real safety and real lives. The district has said that it wants to make language consistent, but erasing protections for LGBTQ+ and disabled students is the opposite. It creates confusion, weakens accountability, and leaves marginalized students more vulnerable to bullying and discrimination. This isn't about politics. It's about protecting kids. Specific protections for LGBTQ+ students save lives. Taking them out of school policy puts those same students at greater risk. We should be moving forward towards inclusion, not away from it. I urge the board to reject these harmful changes and commit to protecting every student every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy Lipton, Alex Quinto, and Jenna Holmes.
You hear me? Is that good?
Yep.
My name is Tracy Lipton, Sarasota County 20-year resident, voter, taxpayer. I'm here to simply implore you to listen to your community, listen to your children, listen to your parents, listen to your voters and taxpayers. Other counties have successfully declined to change their protection policies, like Manatee County, and again, Manatee County just did. This didn't even have to be a thing. No one asked you to do this, and I can't wrap my head around the conversation. Like, hey, you guys want to erase the LGBTQ community from resolutions and take away the rightfully worded protections we already have in place? Like, no one asked you to do that. No one forced you to do that. So, like, why? Why? Why are we here? They really do exist and love and want to thrive all over your schools. Don't we all deserve the pursuit of happiness? I mean, in response to what the church lady said, good thing this isn't about her or any of us, because this is about the children. And children are not adults. They don't have developed cooking skills. So vote no, because not one of you could be against these statistics I'm about to say, correct? A safe and inclusive school environment significantly benefits LGBTQ youth, reducing the likelihood of feeling unsafe, miss school due to discomfort, and considering suicide. Key statistics and findings: feeling unsafe, school absenteeism, suicidal ideation, suicide attempts, mental health, school belonging. Like, who would be against that on a school board? So I, again, implore you, please vote no. And I ask you also to have a town hall. There are scared parents and children right now that have no idea what's going on. Stop waiting for answers and go get them, please. In other words, simply do your jobs. And I, for once in here, do not say that snidely. That'll come during non-agenda. And I just say this pragmatically. A town hall is really deserved and crucial right now. People are looking to the Sarasota County School Board for information and answers. Transparency also tends to make voters happy. Just saying. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Alex, followed by Jenna Holmes and Mary Holmes.
Am I good? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Quinto, and I have the honor of being the Regional Manager of Safe and Healthy Schools with Equality Florida. Before my current role, I was a school counselor right here in Florida, and I had the pleasure of working with students every day, and some through their most vulnerable moments. Before I continue, I want to personally commend and recognize the students of the past and present who came up here to speak and share their incredible stories. When students like you've seen today come up to speak today, they would walk into my office to report bullying or harassment, and it was the clarity of enumerated policies that helped guide my response. I could point to the code of conduct or the district's discrimination or harassment policy and say, you are protected. What happened to you is just wrong. It's recognized, it's named, and we have a responsibility to act. That clarity made a difference, not just for me, but for the students who need to feel seen, believed in, and safe. And enumeration is not just a policy preference, it is a proven tool for preventing harm. When we list specific protected classes, including race, religion, disability, sexual orientation, and gender identity, we do more than provide clarity. We send a clear message. Our students deserve dignity, safety, and belonging in our schools, especially those who have been historically marginalized. And the research is clear. Enumerated anti-bullying policies are significantly more effective at reducing harassment than generic ones. And I, too, as a former GLSEN National Educator of the Year, would like to highlight GLSEN's National School Climate Survey. Students in schools with enumerated policies experience less victimization, are more likely to feel safe, and are more confident in reporting incidents when they occur. Removing enumeration doesn't erase the identity-based harassment students face. It just erases our responsibility to name it and to stop it. Sarasota County has the opportunity to show leadership by affirming that clarity, safety, and accountability matter. Please do not move backwards. Keep the enumerated language in your policies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jenna Holmes, followed by Mary Holmes and Kennedy Cole.
Jenna. Hi, I'm Jenna speaking on agenda item 10.3. I'm a Sarasota native and second-gen alumni of Sarasota County Schools with my third-gen entering kindergarten next month. I'm a proud immigrant. I have been an American citizen for 25 years, and I am what true patriotism and democracy looks like. You say every student every day. Every student every day. Since when did every student every day not mean every student protected every day? By removing necessary verbiage and trying to generalize protections for our youth, you are directly attacking minorities like me and opening the door to hate. You'll be affecting not just the LGBTQ community, but students of color, lower income students, immigrant students or students who have immigrant parents, disabled students, and anybody else who could possibly stand out for reasons beyond their control. Some of my peers used to love to say to me while I was a student at Lakeview Elementary School, "Go back to where you came from." Well, I'm so sorry to disappoint, but I belong here because I am from Sarasota, Florida. This is my hometown, and this is the type of hate you're openly inviting by removing the specifications that are supposed to actively protect all of our students. You're making it clear you plan to protect white Christian students with a male and female household only. My firstborn's kindergarten screening was yesterday. Do you know how terrified parents are to enroll their kids into the Sarasota County school system right now? I'm from the Parkland generation, and my senior year I spent locked in a locker room for over 2 hours due to a credible threat, and this is what you choose to focus on right before school begins? Taking necessary protections away from our students when they face the threat of gun violence every day? All I can say is, how dare you do this to our community right now? No, literally, how dare you? With multiple sitting board members that are part of queer community, even one with school-aged children, how dare you? Y'all love to forget you work for me, so hear me nice and clearly, how dare you? I'm so ashamed and embarrassed by my hometown that I need to be here today. I'm terrified for my children's futures. It's every student protected every day. So how dare you disrespect your constituents with this garbage today? We are all here today to tell you to vote no on this policy. I didn't think I'd have time, but shout out to my mom who's here today as well to ask you to vote no when she should be home resting because she is recently cancer-free and still recovering from being attacked by a student in December. Thank you for fighting for me and my children, Mom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Holmes, followed by Kennedy Cole and Anna C. Joseph.
Good afternoon, Superintendent and members. My name is Mary Holmes, and I'm a 36-year veteran teacher of ES students. I'm also a very proud mama. I'm appalled that after all this time, with so much input from parents, teachers, and most importantly, our students, this issue is even up for discussion. It's as if Xander's incredibly moving and creative commencement address several years ago never took place. You know the speech. He was threatened in advance, apparently at the urging of the governor, that if he even said the word gay, his mic would be cut. So he spoke very eloquently about what it was like to be the only kid to have curly hair in such a humid climate, a metaphor that was missed by no one. It's 2025, and we're still battling for simple acceptance, recognition, and protection for our LGBTQ plus students. Dozens and dozens of students and adults have courageously attended these meetings for years, many tearfully sharing stories of being bullied, targeted, harassed on a regular basis. Even when students are not overtly targeted, The passage of discriminatory policies gives tacit permission, even encouragement, to shame, stigmatize, and bully our most vulnerable students. The argument that there could be potential repercussions at the federal level from bone spur if these changes are not made is more than premature. It's reckless. To that potential threat, my response is, so what? What can he do? Create a concentration camp in our state? Screw around with Big Bird and Cookie Monster? Cancel Stephen Colbert? Check, check, and check. What happens when he requires that every classroom display a map showing the Gulf of America? That he demands the anniversary of his insurrection of our capital become a national holiday? Enough. Bring it on. There will always be more threats. Your job is to represent your constituents. You hear us today overwhelmingly. There has been exactly one speaker in support of this vote. Vote accordingly. I'll conclude with a simple quote. Silence in the face of evil is itself evil. God will not hold us guiltless. Not to speak is to speak. Not to act is to act. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kennedy Cole, Anna C. Joseph, and Louise Machinist.
Good afternoon. My name is Kennedy Cole. I'm a junior at Booker High School, and I'm here to talk about agenda item 10.3. I want to tell you all about an old adage that I'm sure you guys have heard many times over. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It seems easy enough to understand. I remember hearing about it for the first time when I was 4 years old. Yet despite this, it seems like a very simple rule that this board just can't follow. Today, the board seeks to change the code of conduct despite no prompting to do so and no need to do so. Is it broken? No. Yet this board seems poised to fix it. How about the decision less than a year ago to change from 2 meetings a month to 1? Our system wasn't broken, was it? No. Yet we fixed it, and now we have agendas totaling over 100 pages per meeting. We can look all the way back almost a year and a half to the firing of Superintendent Asplin. Was anything broken? No. Yet we fixed it, and the result was a lengthy, expensive, and unnecessary search that embarrassed our district nationwide. The use of this adage is an oversimplification of the problems that these moves have caused. You've heard from countless people here today the personal stories that result in the angst and anger from our community, and it causes students throughout our district to feel unsure and unsafe at our schools. And I'm telling you that as a student who goes to those schools every single day. You all have the power to end this horrible trend here tonight. When it comes to the code of conduct, it sure is not broken. So let's not worry about fixing it. Instead, focus on any of the dozens of problems facing our schools, from school safety to funding cuts to vouchers to everything in between. These are threats our schools face every single day. So I'm asking you all to please surprise us tonight and vote no on item 10.3 and just end this vicious cycle. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Anna C. Joseph and Louise Machinist, followed by Sarah Parker.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anisi Joseph, and I'm a student from Venice High, and today I'm going to be talking about agenda item 10.3. The elderly, the teachers, the residents, and the students can all see what's going on with the government and how this school board has chosen to ignore the issue of the DOE cuts. Instead of actually making a plan towards this problem, you've decided to remove protection against minorities, thinking and hoping people couldn't see through your actions. No federal law is requiring the removal of these protections, and even surrounding districts have kept their policies the same. Not letting the new changes made by the federal government affect their ability to protect their students, so why can't we do the same? By not specifically naming the groups you're glossing over, things like race, gender, identities, sexual orientations, and disability, you neglect that these students are going to get ignored, harmed, and erased. As a black student at a predominantly white school, my voice and presence is already weak. The generalized language you're deciding to use is not to promote neutrality, but it is instead a way to subtly counter these marginalized groups. Minority groups such as LGBTQ plus students face higher rates of harassment and bullying. And by correctly naming these policies, you can improve these outcomes. The aggravation that students face isn't an exaggeration. It isn't something that we're just being sensitive about. It's real, and you can't choose to ignore it just because it doesn't fit in your idea of the correct political policy. As a school board, your job is to put students first. Choose the better of the county over where you stand politically. Making a decision like this isn't a legal requirement. It is a choice that you as the school board have decided to make. One that not only represents what you stand for, but is a reflection on everyone else in the county. There is no reason that you should be choosing money or business over humanity. Agenda 10.3 is revoking important protections for queer and trans students. There is no reason for you as a board who are working for the students to add something that is not for their benefit. Pull this agenda item, bring back safety, and focus on more pressing issues affecting Sarasota County school students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Louise Mashinus, Sarah Parker, and Anya Dennison.
Hi, my name's Louise Machinist. I'm a retired clinical psychologist working with children, and I'm a current guardian ad litem appointed by the court in our circuit. I haven't spoken at a school board meeting for quite a long time, but I have to speak up today to protest the disappearance or the erasure of specific groups of people from the Student Code of Conduct. So you've been listening for a long time. I hope that you have been hearing. I'm going to speak briefly because people have in heartfelt and heartbreaking ways already explained everything that needs to be said and heard on this issue. In a better world, we could use general language, all students. But we know this is a dangerous time in America. People are being disappeared, erased, deported, disrespected. We know that our politicians on the state and the national level have become immune to knowledge, truth, and science. I want to say that a year ago I stood here at the podium when you were debating the terrible resolution that some of you ended up passing. You cannot erase the facts of people who belong to different biological categories, sexual orientations, and genders. I stood here with the same 10 pages that list all of the biologically determined sexual differences that relate to gender. God doesn't make mistakes, right? But biased, ignorant, and evil people often decide to ignorantly erase the beautiful diversity of humanity. I want to know who here is orchestrating the change to this code of conduct and why. I hope that your local decisions have not been motivated by evil intent or self-interest or by politics. We know that protections for categories of different people, unpopular people, are now being eliminated on the state and national level. Therefore, it falls on the Sarasota schools to protect our own children in our own document. No one else will do it. They are bent on destruction. Please don't comply in advance to purge, disappear, or erase students or staff who happen to differ from the norm. They are our brothers, our sisters, our children, and our loved ones. My transgender family member, again, is living in terror. The children.
Thank you.
Sarah Parker, Anya Dennison, and Michelle Posey.
I want to make sure it works. Yeah, okay, great. I sound good. My name is Sarah. A lot of you already know me pretty personally. I want to first start off with, I'd honestly rather not be here, and I think I say that every single time I'm here. I'd rather be watching Love Island reruns or doing laundry because I have toddlers, but here I am, once again, having to yell at you guys, and I'm not going to yell because I've become a little bit more calm. I heard someone speak about history. I'm going to read this to you. prohibits discrimination in a broad array of private conduct, including public accommodations, governmental services, and education. One section of the act, referred to as Title VII, prohibits employment discrimination based on race, sex, color, religion, and national origin, right? That is the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That is the same language that was used when we started doing zero tolerance and bullying policy across the country. I want to be very clear that that's where you're trying to go back to, 1963. With that being said, this is cowardice in a cardigan. Wrapped in soft words and fake neutrality, this policy is a calculated decision to harm the most vulnerable students in our schools. It's not compliance, it's not caution, it's a panic button you're pressing when no one is actually chasing you. You're saying you're trying to stay ahead of potential mandates? Okay, let me be clear. No letter, no lawsuit, no ultimatum, and no funding threat as of now. Our children do need that funding. It does matter. But you don't preemptively harm children just to avoid imagined consequences. What you're doing right now isn't risk management, it's preemptive obedience. You're volunteering to erase protections no one is making you. Someone said a slippery slope. I say not. You're diving off a cliff and calling it compliance. You've got lawyers. We pay them. And if I know anything about lawyers, they always recommend the quietest, safest route. That is their job. But your job is courage. You don't keep attorneys around so that they can hand you an excuse to fold. You keep them so you can make bold, moral decisions and defend it when it counts. So don't hide behind them. You're not backed into a corner. You're choosing the corner, and you're dragging children right along with you. And what is in that corner? A plan to erase the very protections designed to support students who already are most at risk. Black students, LGBTQ students, disabled students, and immigrant students. These are the kids suspended more, arrested faster, bullied more, and pushed out sooner. And instead of strengthening those policies, you're gutting them to avoid imaginary political fallout. Let's be real, enumeration protects white kids too, for any other white parent that's gonna come up and say that. This isn't policy, it's moral failure. And you don't get to call this leadership when it's just fear wrapped in procedure. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you.
Anya Dennison, Michelle Posey, and Xander Moritz.
Hi y'all, I'm Anya, a Sarasota County Schools graduate. One of the earliest lessons I remember learning at Pineview, which is the school I went to 2 through 12, was how to do a fire drill. We'd hear the alarm, we'd line up, we'd walk out to the field. It was really far because it's Pineview. We did it a few times every single year, even though most of us would never experience an actual fire. And it wasn't because there was a fire risk every day, it was because it mattered to be prepared and to be clear about what would happen if there ever was a fire. And that is exactly what clear enumerated protections do for students. They don't guarantee that no harm will happen, but they make sure that everyone knows what to do and who's protected if something does. So when those protections are vague or left up to interpretation, the clarity disappears, and we end up basically doing the equivalent of saying, just try to stay safe instead of having an actual drill and plan. Right now, those proposed changes would remove this clarity. And if we expect students to follow the rules, we have to make sure that the rules are built to protect them in the first place. That starts with naming who's at risk and giving our teachers the tools to intervene when that harm happens. I'm asking you to restore these enumerated protections and just leave the policies alone as a commitment to clarity, safety, and just preparing for the real world. To me, this seems so unnecessary, and we've talked about it for so many meetings, and you could just leave the policies as they stand. That is so easy. It is so much less work. I'm wondering if you can explain why the changes are being proposed. Superintendent Connor, I know that you said last time the Code of Conduct was accidentally published to the agenda in an unfinished form. What I just still don't understand is why your legal team, which I understand is who was working on the Code of Conduct at the time, ever decided it needed to be edited in the first place. It seems like we've had it for a really long time and it's been working, so why are we changing it now? The fire drill isn't just a drill, it's a promise that if something goes wrong, the responsible adults will know what to do. I really hope that we can make the same promise to every student in Sarasota. I'm looking for clarity on the argument for changing these policies because I can't seem to find one and would really like to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Posey, followed by Xander Moritz.
Michelle Posey. It's been a long time since I've been here. Guys, every, any, and all. Literally 3 words in the English language that embody inclusion. Isn't that what I've heard here at this podium for the last 4 years? Inclusion. Every, any, and all literally mean inclusion. Limiting this policy to specified names groups would actually ensure that all students and staff would not be protected. We need every, any, and all in order for it to mean exactly that all. You're going to hear the word marginalized a lot. Listen, you want to know who wasn't marginalized if we use their definition? My son was shortly a Sarasota County School student, badly bullied, badly bullied. Went on to college, even a Christian university, still badly bullied. Graduated, went on to become an adult, still badly bullied. White, straight, Christian, and damn good looking, and still not marginalized. Does he not matter? Every, any, and all, because I lost him 2 months ago to suicide. It hits everybody, guys. It really does. Every, any, and all. And while we're talking about marginalized, listen, let me talk to every young person here. Who is telling you that you are marginalized? Since when do we let someone else dictate our worth and significance? Since when do we set people up in groups, label them as marginalized, which literally means insignificant or peripheral? Let me tell you from my mama heart, you are none of those things. I might argue that by calling people marginalized, it is you, guys, who is putting people in a state of mind of insignificance, because you don't need mine or other people's permission to be significant. You are more than a conqueror through Christ and God who created you. Take off the labels and let's live our best lives. Listen, it takes a lot of audacity to align with an ideology that put biological males in a boxing ring with biological females to now come out and say you're against bullying and harassment. What kind of a political pretzel do you have to wind yourself up in to think that you stand against abuse and bullying, all while creating a cesspool of abuse by allowing men in women's spaces and sports? Listen, the original designation for Title IX to protect our biological girls and give them equal opportunity to compete in sports and to allow for equal access to sporting scholarships, I remember that. If your concern is truly for the protection of students, then where were your cries for the countless girls who have been hurt, abused, I can get louder, and discriminated against, all while being forced to compete against biological males? Every, any, and all. This new policy is written correctly, and yes, words matter. Never tell a person they are marginalized, and certainly don't do it while trying to toe a line of political correctness. Thank you.
Everyone has an opinion. Everybody listens to everybody's opinion. That's what makes our country great. So please, no matter what your side is please have respect for everyone, because I can guarantee you at this dais we will. Thank you. Xander, please.
Thank you, Mr. Enos. Hello, Board, Superintendent. First of all, I just want to send my love and condolences to Michelle and the rest of the Posey family. Let's all send that love for just a second. Thank you. I love you. My name is Xander, and I'm a proud alum of Sarasota County Schools. I want to start by naming that nobody in this room is accusing you of freezing billions of dollars of federal education funds. We know that you did not start this. We know that you did not ask for this. We know that there was no way for you to prevent this. But there was a way for you to plan for this. And your community, your students, your parents, your teachers have been showing up for the last 6 months asking for that plan. And as they have been here, asking for this plan since January, our students have been called fearmongers, our teachers have been called liars, and our parents have been called woke activists. I'm disappointed and I'm frustrated, but I'm not here for an I told you so moment. I bring this failure up only so that we may learn from it and so that we may better listen to our community today. Because now the board, the community, we are all in the same boat. We are sailing down the same stinking river, we have the same obstacles, and we are headed towards the same swirling cesspool of closed programs and fired staff. So let's change course. Just a few months ago, this board and this community worked together to secure our funds when they were at risk for advanced studies. We worked together, we spoke out, we made it clear what was happening to our families, and because of that, we were able to succeed and prevent that from happening. When this board and this community works together, when we work together, we win together and Sarasota students flourish. So let's do it again. Let's work together and let's fight to earn back the funds that Sarasota students deserve and need. Tonight, I'm here with 2 clear, reasonable, grounded requests for you to fulfill your obligation to Sarasota. 1, adopt a resolution calling on the federal government to release Sarasota's frozen education funds and defend public education budgets moving forward. 2, Host a community town hall so families can hear directly what is going on, ask questions, and be part of the solution. I have copies of the resolution for each of you that I would love to hand to Kathy or whoever's easiest right after this comment. These aren't big asks. These aren't bold asks. These are feasible, low-risk, high-impact, precedented actions that other districts in Florida are taking right now. They're taking these actions next week. Orange, Collier, and Miami-Dade have all released public statements, and Pinellas has just scheduled and published their town hall. These are not political stunts. These are basic acts of responsibility and communication. Please adopt the resolution. Please host the town hall. While we know this problem did not start with you, the solution does. And while we know that this is not your fault, this is your responsibility. It is your burden, but it doesn't need to be so alone. Let's work together, and let's make sure every student, every day, has what they need to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and you'd please give those to Ms. Tompkins. Thank you. Any other further comments? Is there any more agenda? Okay, thank you, Ms. Tompkins. All right, as we move forward, we'll do the approval of the minutes, the approval of the consent agenda. At that time, during discussion, we can discuss in reference to the consent agenda, in reference to the items that are on there, which is the policies. With that, we need to do by voice? Okay. First is may I have a motion for the approval of the minutes? It's item 7.1, the Sarasota County School Board approve the board meeting minutes.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Ziegler, may I have a second? Second by Ms. Marinelli. Do we have any discussion in reference to the minutes? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Marinelli?
Yes.
Please, microphones.
Yes. Yes.
For the record, thank you. Ms. Ziegler?
Yes.
And Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
And the chair also votes yes, so that'll be a 5-0 in reference to the minutes. Next, we need 8.1 is may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, that the Sarasota County School Board approve the consent agenda. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Marinelli. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Ziegler. At this time, we'll go ahead and have discussion. Yes, please. Superintendent Connor?
10.1.
No, in reference to the agenda. For any comments reference to the agenda as presented?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay. Any discussion?
Just a quick point of order.
Yeah, so the consent agenda is what has the 10.3, the policies that were just discussed.
No, they're
Okay.
pulled for discussion.
Consent.
So we're going up to, 10.2. If I read it correctly.
Let's see, it's a new business starts.
All right.
Yeah, but the policies.
Yeah, right, correct. They're in the consent agenda, the policies. Mr. Dugan?
The consent agenda, based on the version I have, goes up through policy item 9.35. Then the items under discussion agenda 10 are 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, 10.4, which would require an individual vote for each of those.
Okay, thank you. It is on there, but it is a little confusing because then it does show up under new business. So I am stand corrected. It was just, unfortunately, it looked like it was convoluted under that piece. So with that, we have a motion and a second in reference to the consent agenda. Is there any discussion regarding that? Ms. Barker?
I just wanted to highlight, this is obviously a heavy meeting, but I noted that we have, we're talking about our agreement with Teen Court of Sarasota under the consent agenda, and my daughter just completed their first summer camp there. She is an incoming 7th grader, and I cannot speak more highly about that group of people and what they provide for our students, so I'm really thrilled that they have chosen to work with us and that we are working with them. And so I wanted to highlight that as a piece of our consent agenda that I feel strongly about and am happy that we are in that partnership. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in reference to the consent agenda? I apologize. I made it any convoluted. I literally thought it was part of that, and I wanted to make sure that all the members got an opportunity to speak on the topic. So, just was trying to make sure. All right. With that, we'll go and we'll take a voice vote. Ms. Barker,
Yes.
Ms. Marinelli,
Yes.
Ms. Ziegler,
Yes.
Mr. Edwards,
Yes.
and the chair also votes yes, 5.0. So now we're on to new business. First one is item 10.1, grades K through 4 math intervention instructional materials. That did pass 5-0. Mr. Connor, please.
Thank you. Item 10.1 is grades K through 4 math intervention materials. I am requesting your approval for these materials to use from 2026 through 2031. The selected resource is Curriculum Associates Ready Florida Best Mathematics. It was vetted through our standard instructional material process and is aligned to our standards. The total cost for this 6-year adoption is $148,693.11, funded through our appropriations for instructional materials. Once approved, implementation will begin as soon as the materials are received and teachers are trained at the beginning of the year. And I request your vote in favor of this item.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Marinelli, and that the Sarasota County School Board approve the recommended grades K through 4 math intervention instructional materials for the 26 through 31 school years. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Ziegler. Any discussion? Ms. Marinelli?
Mr. Enos, I think you may be able to vote on these. You don't have to do a voice vote. You can actually click on this one.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you. Superintendent Connor, I just have a question. A few years ago, textbook adoptions were like 7 years instead of 5, I believe. And the legislature changed it to 5. So I'm just curious, for some subjects that things don't really change that often, that I would like to propose that at some point, that is a discussion with our legislatures, our delegates, that we go back to 7 years on some textbooks, because this is quite an expense, and the textbook companies are the ones that are making the money, where we could put this right back into the classroom. So not every subject, but many, doesn't change, and I don't think we need to be forced to update books every 5 years, especially when teachers get used to teaching, and then all of a sudden it has to change, and that causes a lot of angst. So I'd like to propose that on certain subjects, we don't have to buy textbooks every 5 years. Thank you.
Any further discussion from the board? Ms. Ziegler?
I love that idea. I think when you think of something, there's certain textbooks or topics that you can understand will evolve, current events, etc. But when it comes to math, if there is a way that we can be more creative when it comes to prolonging or elongating the use of our textbooks and also staff time from the vetting process, I am all here for it. So thank you for that recommendation, Mrs. Marinelli.
And just for clarity as well, when you go through the formal adoption process, this is a little different because this is supplemental. This isn't our major tool of instruction. So it's a little bit different in how we do that. But going to your point around the 5-year adoption cycle, there are some provisions, and one of the budgetary financial strategies is that we are delaying the purchase of the actual major tool, which is our ELA adoption that is coming up. There are provisions within this process where you can take 2 years to adopt. So the state sets the cycle in the calendar. So for instance, you have ELA, and then you have 2 years to actually adopt and 3 years to purchase that material. So districts have a little bit of flexibility whether they stay right on track with the 5-year calendar, maybe delay 1 or 2 years. We are looking at that as a possibility with our ELA adoption because, to your point, yes, we believe the current materials that are aligned to the standards are meeting our needs, and that delaying the purchase of brand new materials will actually bring us a cost savings, at least for the near future, and then reevaluate our needs 2 years down the road.
Thank you, sir. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Motion carries 5-0. On to 10.2, the Mental Health Assistance Allocation Plan. Superintendent Connor.
Thank you. In compliance with Florida law, I'm bringing to you our 25-26 Mental Health Assistance Allocation Plan for your approval. I would say the main changes here is the development of our mental health staff, the team that will be staffing here within the district with our 5 mental health service provider in-house. And the plan ensures that we remain eligible for the state funding while strengthening our services to our students. And I bring this for your approval tonight.
Thank you, sir. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Marinelli. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Edwards. Any discussion? Midler, please.
Thank you very much. For quite some time, I've expressed my concern in general as we as a district, as a state, just in education, the approach to mental health, it seems that consistently spending more and more money and the crisis continues to expand. I'm not diminishing that there's a real issue. It's really more about us being really targeted on defining what success looks like. Is that adding more referrals? Is that putting things more in front of them? Certainly, we analyze a number of things when it comes to data, but when it comes to our targeted approach, I'm curious as to where we go. I think that there's a lot of evidence and studies that have come out that have said that almost it's having the counter effect. So, and I know the superintendent and I have talked about this. I've mentioned it up here at the board meeting dais many times. I am very encouraged. I know we have some new leadership with Dr. Frost. I'm very excited about that. And I know that there's a serious need, but I'm urgently hoping that we can really think outside the box and not continuously do the same thing. I'm encouraged that we have at least legislation now when it comes to cell phone use, because I think that plays a huge role when it comes to our student development and their mental health. So now that is no longer accessible from K to 6. And that was one of my provisions if we weren't able to change it from a policy standpoint as to whether I could continue to support the mental health. I am going to support this, and I look forward to working consistently with the superintendent, with this board, as we really seek to effectively manage this issue with parents, because I don't believe I'm concerned that the data is showing us we are not going the right direction. So it's definitely not something that should be solely on the burden of a school district by any measure. I think it's more of an input, it's something that we deal with and impact, but any ways that we look to the future to really manage this effectively, I look forward to that. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Motion carries 5-0. Next up is item 10.3, revised school board policies for Chapter 2. Mr. Connor, please.
Thank you. 10.3 is our advertisement for the revised policies for policy 2.71, 2.71A, 2.73 related to discrimination, harassment, and educational equity. These revisions were recommended by legal counsel and previewed at our June 17th workshop. And I bring these to you for advertisement, which is for the 28-day period, and then we will bring these back after that for final approval.
Thank you, sir. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Marinelli. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Ziegler. May we have discussion, please? It seems the system's not working. Ms. Marinelli, please.
Yes, thank you for all the public comments. I have a couple questions that I would like to ask Mr. Duggan, please. How long has the language been in the Code of Student Conduct that started specifically stating the categories? I know that it hasn't always been in there. Do you know how long it's been in there, or when it was put in there?
I don't know how long it's been in there, but it's been there at least as long as I have been here, which was around 2021, 2022.
So 4 years.
at least 3 or 4 years. How far back, I'm not sure.
Well, I know back in 2015 it was not. So I was just real curious of how long that specific language was in. And so I know it could be like 4 years ago that possibly it was changed. So, and I guess I don't expect you to answer this, but compared to when it wasn't that language in there, compared to now that it is, do we have any change in our student discipline when it comes to the bullying and the harassment? Did we see a change for the better or no change with the language? I'm just really curious because there were several comments about bullying. So if the bullying hasn't changed with it, I would like to know that because I think it all needs to be addressed some way. So anyway, so that, and then have any other districts in the state changed their language, do you know, in the code of conduct?
I mean, address you all, but I mean, it's meant for everybody. I can only face one direction. My understanding is there's 5 other districts taking similar actions to this board currently.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I think the one question to Superintendent, would you even have the data in reference to the change when the bullying versus when the protected classes were actually in the policy?
So no, I don't know when that was added to the code of conduct. What I did do, just in preparation, because obviously there's been a lot of concerns related to bullying and harassment for protected classes, and so particularly there are classifications that we do monitor as we do bullying reports. So I did go back the last 3 years and looked at whether gender/sex and orientation, were there any reports of bullying and harassment for those. So if you go back to, if we look at gender from 21 to 23, so in 2021, there were no bullying and harassments based on gender. In 22, there were no bullying and harassment reports based on gender. And in 23, there were 4 reports on harassment for gender. In terms of orientation, in 21, we had a total of 5, which had 1 bullying and 4 harassments. For orientation in 22, there was 1 for bullying and 3 for harassment, for a total of 4. And in 23, 1 bullying and 3 harassments, for a total of 4.
That's across the whole district, all grades, K through 12?
Yes.
Okay. Well, obviously, any is acceptable, so I would like to suggest that maybe there is more, I don't even want to use the word training, but an emphasis on no bullying, no harassment, and that we as a school district take that very seriously. And for me, that is where the counseling piece would really come in. And so I would like to see that the counseling piece on these, when these are reported, that is an immediate intervention. Because obviously no bullying is acceptable. And I'm sure there are other areas that kids are getting bullied or harassed about that need to be addressed. Thank you.
Ms. Ziegler?
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for reaching out, for speaking today. I think I want to start with a very clear statement that there is no protections being removed. I believe that everyone up here stands very firmly on the serious nature of supporting the process that anyone and everyone should be protected against bullying and harassment. I would ask the superintendent, and similar to what Mrs. Marinelli said, and this was kind of my question to you, because do you feel as though our staff is adequately trained and aware of what bullying and harassment is and how to handle it?
I feel very confident that we use We have some very compliance-driven things that we have to do through human resources every single year, which I would not say that's the best tool, but they get a annual training on identifying and reporting harassment in the workplace, as well as our student services team, who are very well equipped and have tremendous amounts of training and opportunities with our staff and are able to triage if there are problems that arise at particular sites, incidences that may occur that I know Dr. Hutchinson can speak to, but I do believe that they are well equipped. But it is always, you're talking about an organization as large as 7,000 employees and turnover that occurs. You have to continue to be on top of that, and you have to make that the priority. So that is part of the work that we do. Does that mean that we are 100% free from bullying and harassment? Absolutely not. This is why we have very strict legislation around how the reporting of that goes, and we train on how to report that. So when we do have bullying and harassment cases, we emphasize the importance of treating everything very seriously and not to brush off, because it could be that instance that is brushed off that could be devastating for someone. So those are things that we are always continually working towards. And if there are more ways to improve the efficiency and delivery of that, to make sure that we are capturing everything, we are open to doing that.
Thank you.
Anything you want to add?
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely, and Mr. Connor is right on with all of the components there. The other piece that I did want to share is that any report of bullying and harassment, we have a very extensive checklist that we go through to ensure that every investigation is handled with the utmost care and concern when it comes to any report of bullying or harassment. And out of that, they are either found as unsubstantiated or substantiated. If there are other mitigating factors as part of that, along with whether it's based on orientation, gender, race, anything that is a mitigating factor of that, then that's a whole different process as well that we go through to ensure that we have investigated all of those possibilities. So anything that comes through, all of our assistant principals and principals are trained. We train all of our teachers, remind them of all of those expectations, that if there's any report of bullying or harassment, it is immediately it's reported to an administrator and immediately investigated.
Thank you very much. Well, and I appreciate that. And I will say that the district has had history when we're talking about harassment policies in particular, and I think historically that the emphasis was more on the employee side of it. And today seems to be, I think that the concern is that it's addressing students. I will say across the board, whether we're talking about students or staff or visitors, anyone on our campus, bullying and harassment is not tolerated. And we have to stand very strongly for that and in support of that. And similar to school security elements, it's the same thing. Say something. If you see a student being bullied or harassed, please speak up for them, because I believe with my deepest conviction that everyone up on this board will absolutely expect the superintendent and staff to take that very seriously. And when it isn't taken seriously, that does breed bad behavior. So it takes all of us to speak up, but words on a paper won't necessarily make that difference. And I think the historical component showcases that. We have to believe that all students are free from any bullying and harassment, that any staff member is free from bullying and harassment. There were speakers today that have gone to our schools, or previous or current, and thank you, students who have spoken, and I appreciate your coming today. And these said definitions didn't necessarily preclude or change anything, and it's the human component that's ultimately going to make that difference. Unfortunately, humans can be cruel, and particularly as they're developing at a younger age. Bullying is nothing new. It's a part of development, and that's what it takes all of us as a school district and as professionals to be prepared to support that and ensure their protection. I will state again, there is no protections being removed. This is truly citing that any person is going to be free from bullying and harassment. We're unifying all together instead of identifying subcategories, because by virtue of that, you are absolutely leaving other people out. And I think that sends the absolute wrong message. I will say again that I encourage anyone who goes to our schools, whether you're a member of staff or your students, if you see someone being bullied or harassed, that you please follow the proper protocol or go to an adult that you can, so we can look into it. It only is meaningful if we actually follow up on those. It being listed out is not meaningful if no one's taking action. It is meaningful if people take action when they see it occur. So I will be supporting this. I thank the staff for the work. I think that it really comes down to the actions that we take and that send the message that every student matters. We are here for education, to ensure an excellent learning and working environment, and that applies to all students and all staff.
Ms. Barker?
Thank you. I would also like to thank Mr. Parento and Mr. Duggan for working hard on this and for hearing me when I continued to push back. I do understand that I may be on a bit of an island here, and I'm okay with that. In the last several weeks, I have gone back and forth and thinking to myself, why is it that this isn't sitting right with me? Why can I not just get on board with all? And then I said, well, why can't we just make the student code of conduct everyone be nice to each other? There's a reason. And then I did what school psychologists do best, and that's we research. And we really, really, really enjoy researching. And what I found was the data is quite clear across the country, across the state, that when protections are enumerated for groups of students, you have better outcomes in terms of bullying and harassment, you have better outcomes in terms of mental health, and you have better outcomes in terms of fewer students attempting to commit suicide. And so, as a school psychologist, I cannot get behind this, and I won't be supporting it. That isn't to say that I believe that it was produced in an effort to make our policy better, and there are parts of this policy that are much better today than they were last year. And the fact that we have spelled out very clearly school-based, district-based, areas of concern, I am all on board with that. I love it. Thank you for doing that. But I cannot support something that I know to be not supported in the data. So.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards? Please. I mean, for everybody, please. Thank you for all of your help in this, okay? Mr. Edwards, please continue.
I want to thank everyone for their comments. There was little I disagreed with. In fact, I need to check if hell froze over or the earth tipped on its axis, because Barbara Vaughn said things that I agreed with. And I have spent a lot of time, actually 90 days, thinking about this in advance and doing all the research. As a member of the LGBTQ plus community, I don't call myself queer because I don't like that word. I'm not. I don't label myself in any way, shape, or form other than I have a 34-year relationship, and I love, and I'm married, and my values are high and very well respected, and I got it from my family. And what I really think about these conversations in this boardroom, which is the third time that the kids have been used as political football. It's when we had to have parental rights and all those conversations that got dubbed Don't Say Gay. And here in Sarasota, that is the time, because I pay attention to what happens in this community. That is the time when we had 2 LGBTQ plus suicides here in Sarasota. I'm not paying attention to the data in the country. I do listen, and that does sway me. But the debate that went on in this school board room for months on end, in my personal opinion, is what caused those 2 suicides. And we were back in here having these debates with the Title IX policy, and I respect the community thinking that there are board decisions that are full of hypocrisy because they voted a Title IX resolution when they didn't have to. I understand 100% why you don't trust what's going on up here, especially now. It's the third time, and Ronna Bazzini is the one that gets the #1 public comment today. Stop doing this and making the kids in the middle. Teach them to be strong. And that's what I've been doing here 5 years, sitting here, showing kids, I bullied by school board members on the dais. I got bullied by people who came in here today. But I show everybody, stand tall, speak your beliefs. You don't need to be judged by anybody. So, let me also say, we heard some pretty horrible student stories about being bullied and harassed in the restrooms, getting all this harassment going on in the schools, right? That's with the itemized list in place. That is with, by the way, no one has made reference to our bullying policy that has specifically said we have zero tolerance bullying. So you have all of these policies in protection today, and they're not working. You want to know why? Because it doesn't always happen on the schools. It's happening with these in social media that no student conduct even addresses. Doesn't cover that. These are 90% of what's happening in the bullying. And by the way, I am embarrassed when I get emails from family members or teachers or that say my student was bullied and it wasn't taken care of. And when I follow up on it, it wasn't. Something happened. Some connect happened because we're human beings and mistakes happen. And what I'm really trying to say here is we are all in the wrong chamber. I love that's the best thing from Mrs. Marinelli when she said we are all in the wrong chamber because this bullying has started with Tallahassee 5 years ago when I got here. We ended up with parents' rights becoming Don't Say Gay, and now we have the Oval Office doing everything in its power to eliminate DEI. And it's not just eliminating LGBTQ plus and transgender. It's bullying our Hispanic community with all of these it's been bullying women. It doesn't end. And we are fighting with this piece of paper, and the kids are in the middle of it once again. And it doesn't matter that we had it spelled out, because it still happens. And when I explained to everyone last night that $22 million coming out of the school district because of vouchers. No one mentioned a voucher today. No one mentioned $22 million coming out. And you know what? All the protections in the world, I got to teach reading, writing, and arithmetic. Isn't that what everybody was screaming all these months, all these years? We're not going to be able to do that because of the voucher program. That's as big of an issue. And then you've got, a federal government that is ignoring Supreme Court decisions. You all want us to go fight and take it to court. They ignore them. They ignore the laws. So why do you think, why do you think I don't think they're going to take away that money? They're just going to take it away. And I'm trying to do whatever I can to make sure that money stays in place, because after all is said and done, even if kids are bullied, they've got to be educated. We've got to teach them the resilience. That's what we're missing. And that's what's so frustrating, because I've been trying so hard to make sure that we try to find the middle ground here. And at the end of the day, and then I'm going to be quiet, I talk to Dr. or Mr. Connor probably 3 times a week. I trust him. I trust that he cares deeply about our LGBTQ plus students the same way I do, because I kick that tire probably monthly just to double check, make sure I'm still, my assessments. He is the real deal. And this county could not have survived all those challenges on LGBTQ plus, 3 battlegrounds where we made national news. If our teachers didn't love our kids, if the administration didn't love our kids, if the SROs didn't love our kids, they do. So the document, the policy, is the weirdest place for us to fight. We're trying to get the best policy possible for today in this economy, and or in this political climate. I agree, the politics shouldn't be here, but that's the best policy to make sure that our monies keep coming through the door, because they're going to take it out no matter what. And putting a resolution out, I'll join forces with other school districts. Me personally, I'm not going to speak for the board. I will do whatever I can to make sure that, by the way, diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI is not a noun. Removal of DEI, it's not a noun. Those are values. And we want our kids and our community to respect that, because that is what America is. Diverse, equity, and inclusion. All right, I'm done. I'm sorry. I just feel like we're doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Sir, please. Thank you. So, I'm done. Thank you. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. The one thing I would consider is, I think it's coming. I think the president is coming after it and will not stop. I don't think that paper matters. So if the board had the will to put it on hold, I think that we got the message on Friday from the DOE. I think we got the message from the executive order when he first got into the Oval Office. So that's why I didn't push back, and why I crafted as best policy as I could get my hands onto. If the board had the will to put it on hold until we got some notification, I'd go along with that. But I think we're fighting the wrong fight, and we're all in the wrong chamber. I would say that the way I look at some of this is, one of the things is that I do. When I look at this as being what my background is, it really didn't make a difference, is because we had to stand up, and we have to stand up for the people that are the ones that, unfortunately, when that's targeted and victim, no matter what it was. And I do agree with Mr. Edwards in that what this piece of paper is, it's just a piece of paper. And what the paper says is what the paper says. But at the end of the day, you can moan, but here's the end of the day. What Mr. Edwards is saying is absolutely 100% correct. If we don't address, and we don't recognize, we don't do the training, we don't do it, we don't put in, because every student that came forward today said that some teacher at some point helped them, or stood outside, or did what they needed to do in order to help them with the bullying. So when I look at the piece of the puzzle here, and when I looked at it, I said, look, it wasn't anything about whether you believe in the Washington, you believe in Tallahat, whatever it is. What I looked at is in saying, look, to me, I looked at it as this. Every single kid, everyone, you're here and you're an immigrant, you can't speak English, whether you're here and you have a disability, you're here, you got a speech impediment, you're here, you're LGBTQIA, you're here, you're trans, you're here no matter what it is, you're here
you walk with a limp, you're here because you don't understand, or you're hearing, or whatever the disability is it pretty much encompasses, it says that it's every single kid, and that's how I looked at it, as being all. And the parents that I talked to said, wow, that's what it should be all, because every single student, no matter who they are, but ultimately what it is the prevention, and the consequence has to stop so that we don't have terrible tragedies, because we had at least 2 or 3 people that have attempted. We have one parent, I couldn't imagine what it would be to lose a child to suicide, no matter whatever the reason was. It would be unbelievable, and I've done death notifications about that, and there's nothing that I can say. But when I look at this, as I know that it's a assessor report, and everybody knows anything about assessor is through the Department of Education, we have to report, I have it up, bullying, we have to report harassment, we have to report sexual battery, sexual offenses, other sexual harassment. We have to, and we're mandated, period, or the district could ultimately have fines, levies, they'd be out of compliance, and it would be something that the attorney would be in. But at the end of the day, when you see something, it also is the same thing when it goes to bullying, harassment, no matter where you are, whether in Publix or that the school district, or what it is that people should not be victimized for being themselves. And that's truly where I stand on it, because the stuff that came today was heart-wrenching. I never want to hear that from somebody, that they're in such a position and they're such a deep well that they feel like only opportunity is to leave this earth, because you know what happens? It's just worse. Because it's everybody else around there has to live with those consequences. So when I look at this, as I looked at it and say, this is a policy that is everyone, it's all. It doesn't matter if you just got here from pick a country, it didn't matter if you got here off the thing. I understand that if you put it in there, that it's specifically and that it may, but I looked at it and I took it as a different angle, and I said, in this policy it states here, just like in the Title IX, it stated in here, even without that proclamation, that we were going to, and already had that piece in. That was our own policy at the board, which we couldn't go against. So I look at this in here, and I know Mr. Edwards has a lot to do with this, and I truly appreciate on a lot of the things that he does, because in that piece right there, I really understood what he's saying. It's not the paper that protects the kids. It's the people that protect the kids. Because it says right in here, it says that harassment, retaliation of any student of any kind or any staff member, it talks about right in here the Florida Educational Act, it talks about Title IX, it talks about 1000.05, it talks about 1972, it talks about Title VII of the Civil Rights, it also talks about the equal opportunity employment, because it's for everybody, including our including our teachers, our volunteers, because unfortunately they are also victims of bullying and harassment from parents and people, and it's for everybody. So when I look at it's all, it's everyone. To me, there's no delineation to say that it's you're this or you're this or you're this, because also the same thing that was said is about putting people into categories. Because we've all been, at some point, and probably all of us have been victims of bullying of somewhere where we didn't think we were good enough in order to get where we are. But because our inner strength, we make sure that we power through and we do it. So when I look at this, is that I understand, but my perspective was just different. It wasn't about Trump. It was about finally saying, you know what, it doesn't matter who you are, where you are, what you are. It's because it's every single person, and it all to me is all. Because my opinion, it doesn't matter who you are. Is that everybody has the same and everybody has rights. And that's what we all have up here have protected. And that's kind of where I come from on that. Because it really is, as Ms. Marinelli said, it really comes back to what is the training, where are we going, how are we recognizing, reporting those data to assessor. There's school districts in Florida that still don't report accurate material on assessor. And that's where this needs to lie. At least once a month, we have a district email that goes out to all the staff that says that child abuse has to be reported, that they're mandatory reporters. And that's what we do for bullying. I know that we also have a town hall meeting that's also coming up at some point here, because it was scheduled to beginning of school. September. It's in September. So we heard that. We're still doing that. So I think all of those things are great. And the last thing we want is to be transparency, have transparency. The same thing with the budget, which will be after this. So with all that being said, that was what my take was on it. It wasn't anything that if we took it out, that anybody was going to have their rights rescinded or there was going to be anything where anybody would feel any less, but everybody would feel like they were protected because we're all in the same boat. Any other comments? Ms. Ziegler?
I know, I agree, and I had said the same, that the aspect on the piece of paper doesn't matter. It comes down to the human component and what we're all going to do. I have to say some things. I reject some of the assertions that were just made, and it is frustrating because I will take us down a quick path that I hope this is the end of it, because from my experience, when the additional language was offered and put in, which is around 2015, is when all of this began. And it really turned into political pawns, using students as political pawns. I have no doubt that we serve a diverse community and a diverse population that have different beliefs, and that is their right. Families have the right to raise their children as they see fit, and we have a job and responsibility to educate them in accordance without violating what those religious or cultural beliefs are. Unfortunately, through this expanded language with all of the protections that went beyond in gender identity, use that one as example, is the gateway. Once that was added to the anti-discrimination policies, and this is not just Sarasota, this is across the country. All these people, all these culture wars that everyone wants to talk about, that has divided the country, that has absolutely ripped bullies. You want to talk about bullies? That's a bunch of you. All you guys like to do is heckle. Like, you talk about hypocrites, look at yourself. I am tired of this conversation and not being understanding what led us here. The deceit and trust, the practices of withholding information from parents, all under the guise of these safe practices, all of that is a result of this extended language. That's truly what happened. And it's wild that so many people across the country said, oh, that's not happening in my district, that's not happening in my district. Yep, it happened in districts across the country. Then you have laws called the Parents' Bill of Rights to reaffirm parents' rights, that they are indeed the people that are allowed to oversee the upbringing and raising of their children. And then additional language is brought forward to add the protections to ensure that schools were no longer able to withhold information from parents, which was called the Parental Rights in Education Act. Dubbed Don't Say Gay, which had nothing to do with it, again, authored the architects of Equality Florida, that's supposed to stand here and say they're protecting the marginalized, yet they come out with a campaign slogan that terrified, I'm sure, many of our gay students. So I reject all of this hyperbole. It has led us down a horrible path, and it absolutely is distracting us from what our core goal is, which is education. I know all of us agree on that. That is restoring this practice. Because you just said it, I said it. Those words don't matter. It's the actions that we take. So if you want to continue to use this arena and say, don't use political pawns, but then you bring in a bunch of political commentary, well, I'm going to call you on it. I've been here for 10 years. I've seen what's happened. I want nothing more than for this community to bridge together. We know we can all agree on different things. We know that people raise their children a little bit different or have different beliefs or have a different makeup at home, and that is okay. Our job collectively is to educate our students so they can be productive members of society, know how to read, do math, and love our country. That's it. And so I am tired of this conversation, but if you don't know the history of it, it's easy for you to fan these flames. But this is an opportunity for us to reset, finally, and go back to where it was before, where we can support all students to ensure that their work environment where they are able to thrive in education.
So, there's one thing that Mrs. Ziegler said that I agree with. This all started when the parent rights bill, that's when I got here. And I asked 1,000 times, show me the one time that there was information that was held to a parent. Show me that an instance. Because where I grew up, it was always the Holy Trinity, the parent, the student, and the teacher. And always, in fact, the way it all felt to me was that the parent and the teacher were conspiring against me. That's how it felt. But I never, ever, ever heard one story where a school district withheld information from a parent, because I do believe it's the parent's right to have that information. So Mrs. Ziegler's rant from that place has caused me, because I don't do throwaway votes, I was going to vote for it. Not now, because I'm not voting in conjunction with what Mrs. Ziegler just argued. That is not true. This was a political ploy from Tallahassee to divide and scare parents that they weren't being told things, and I saw it happen, and I was the brunt of it from sitting here on the school district, and I don't buy that that ever happened. So I will not be voting for this just because I can't vote in conjunction with what was just said. And it's not because it's going to pass. And I wasn't going to, I vote, and my integrity and my transparency is 100%. And you might have agreed with me if I voted yes, but now I won't. Any other discussion from any of the board members? Ms. Barker, please.
I don't have quite the same stage presence maybe as some of my colleagues, but I just wanted to point out that words do matter, and that the paper provides a tool for our educators to be able to protect our students. And so I don't believe that it is just a piece of paper. If that were the case, then we wouldn't have marriages. We wouldn't, there is, words mean something in our society, and I believe they mean something in this instance. And I do absolutely understand the threat of funding that we're under. I get that. Believe me, I've been told in no uncertain terms there are active board members out there, and we are going to root them out and get rid of them. And if that's who I am, that's who I am. That's not my intent, but I won't vote based on fear of what Tallahassee or Washington, D.C. or anyone else is going to do to me. I have to vote what I believe to be in the best interest of students. So,
Any other further discussion, Ms. Marinelli?
Well, I feel very sad that we've had to have these conversations among the board, and the split again, the 3-2, and I'll just lay it out there. It's going to be the Republicans versus the Democrats, which is really, really unfortunate. As the person up here on this dais who was a former teacher, the majority of my career was counseling, and I have said it up here before, that my career has been hijacked. Because I have always represented every child. And whenever I found out that any student, whether I taught high school, middle school, elementary, whatever, I kind of forgot that counseling piece and just nailed them because it's unacceptable. And then I picked up that phone and I called their parent. So it's really unfortunate that we are even divided on this, because I can tell you as a teacher, as a counselor, I didn't need this piece of paper to spell out that you don't bully, you don't pick on, you don't harass any student, and you don't harass a teacher for their age, for their sex. You don't do it. I have never seen, since I've been on this board 2.5 years, and the definition of bullying is over and over and over again. I have never seen so much bullying that goes on in this boardroom in my entire career. And I have a very, very proud career. And I find it really sad that these conversations have even had to take place. And I'm going to support it, not because it's political, but because I truly believe as an educator, and I know I'm going to read about it, it's going to get twisted, but I believe in it because it's all kid, and it's all staff that should never, ever be picked on, bullied, or harassed. And like I said, I don't need a piece of paper to know that that's the right thing to do.
Thank you. Please vote if you have not already. The vote passes 3-2. Next is we're going to go to item 10.4. Mr. Connor, please.
10.4 is the advertising of the 25-26 Code of Conduct. I am requesting that we go through the advertisement process, which after a 30-day period we'll bring back for final recommendations. We have presented this many times and brought that through a workshop period. So tonight I request your vote to advertise the revised Code of Conduct.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Yes, so moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
The motion will be that the Sarasota County School Board advertise the code of student conduct for the 25-26 school year. Please vote.
I'm sorry, to clarify, it is both the elementary version and the secondary version, each one.
Yes. Yes. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Passes 3-2. Next, we are going to, I also have one thing to say. Thank you for Dawn Clayton and her staff. She does every year. She's done it for years and years and years and years. That she puts a lot of time and energy and gets input regarding to the student code of conduct. And I know that is a big task. So thank you to Ms. Clayton. Next, we're on to public comment general. This will be 2 minutes. A timer will appear, same as earlier. Please wait till the green ring shows up. When the green ring does show up, you'll have 2 minutes. Ms. Tompkins, please.
The first person is Carol Lerner, followed by Julie Forrester and Christy Carwood.
Thank you. Carol Lerner. Mr. Edwards, I was going to talk about vouchers, and I hope to get to that. But I have to say, I have to comment on what just happened. Words do matter. I sat there thinking, I think everybody up in the on the dais supports our Constitution, supports our Bill of Rights. Could you imagine if we erased, say, our Bill of Rights? What you would do? What difference is that? Words matter. I also sat there thinking, we've been concentrating on LGBTQ plus community, which I'm very supportive of. But I also sat there thinking about disability. My career working with students and their parents with disabilities. I also remembered when I was a child. I went to school and I never had a student, I never met a student with an obvious disability. I'm sure some had learning disabilities, but it was before that era that was understood. I remember I was once in a pharmacy with my mother, and there was a child there, which I knew later had Down syndrome. And I asked my mother, why does she look different? And my mother was a very wise woman. And she said, she has a condition. I don't think she named it. I think they called children mongoloids at that point. Maybe she used that word, I don't know. But she said, parents put those kids away. I know that mother. And she chose to raise that child in home. But she also told me, and I said, the child was about my age, why haven't I seen her at school? She said, kids like don't go to school. It wasn't until the Civil Rights Act passed that people with disability had rights. And it took a long time after that.
Thank you, Ms. Lerner.
Julie Forrester, Christy Carwood, and Stephen Russell. Hi, I'm Julie Forrester, still a parent to three. I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about everything that just happened, but I think I'm going to stick to what I had written. I'm here to speak about the budget crisis, and I want to start by saying this. The budget crisis is not the fault of this board. I know and see how hard many of you work to make our school successful, and I truly appreciate your service. Now, this is a difficult moment we're in as we witness a coordinated and intentional divestment from public education at the state and federal levels. But here's the thing, Sarasota didn't become an A-rated district by doing the bare minimum. We have a history of leading. We were one of the first districts to pass the local millage, which directly improved outcomes for students and raised property values across the county. And we've seen this board lead before. Earlier this year, when you protected AP, IB, and dual enrollment programs, you educated families, organized support across the state, and pushed back against cuts. That's the kind of leadership we need again. The at-risk and frozen federal funds, the state shortfalls fueled by funding vouchers, the rising costs, these are not isolated issues. They are a part of a growing financial crisis that's already affecting services our students depend on. We're not asking you to solve it alone, but we are asking you to lead. Please educate the public, host a town hall, adopt the resolution supporting the release of federal funds, build a public-facing strategy for lobbying Tallahassee and DC to fully fund public schools, and most importantly, work with the community. We're here and we're ready to help you fight for our schools. Please take advantage of our partnership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christy Carwood, Stephen Russell, and Deb Hayes.
I was going to also talk about the budget. It wasn't brought up during the regular meeting because it wasn't part of the agenda, so that's why I didn't bring it earlier. But after what's happened, I thought I'd talk about a couple of other things instead. First of all, I understand that the majority did not see the need to add the marginalized groups in the wording of the Student Code of Conduct. Okay, so if it wasn't necessary, because we all know we're not supposed to bully, then why was it necessary to pass a law that was co-authored by one of our school board members to state that parents have rights? I thought I, as a parent, had the rights over my students, and I trusted the school, and I knew the school was going to allow me to have those rights. So I find it kind of hypocritical to say that we don't need it in writing when we have a whole law based upon parental rights, which parents already have. Secondly, I was going to bring up the fact, because people talked about there weren't that many bullying incidences reported. Well, that's because we have a well-trained staff. When I saw bullying going on in the classroom, I, as a teacher, de-escalated the situation. I took care of it in the classroom. Kids are kids. I don't want to write the kid up if it can be taken care of in the classroom. So when we say we don't have that many incidences, I think there are a lot more. It's just the fact that faculty tends to handle those situations, the teachers in the classroom. So anyway, those are my thoughts after this meeting, but my thoughts are I still believe we need to protect certain classes, and it needs to be in writing. And also, as a social studies teacher, I taught my students to base their decisions on facts and data, and we have the facts and we have the data, as Ms. Barker has told us. Facts have proven.
Thank you, Ms. Carwood. Next.
Stephen Russell, Deb Hayes, and Sue Maloney.
afternoon. I think Steve has left. Good afternoon again. I am here to talk about the fact that I think, Robin, you and I were duped. Back in the late 1990s, I really believed Jeb Bush when he told me that his proposals for vouchers were designed to allow some of the state's poorest students to be given an option for a private education if they indeed did not find that they were getting the proper education in our schools. Man, I thought, give poor kids and kids of color the same opportunities as really wealthy white kids? Sign me up, sounded good. I was too busy doing my job to look beyond the words to the deeper implications. Looking back, I'm embarrassed that I did not see the camel voucher neck coming under the public education tent. I remember sitting with colleagues at the DOE conferences and discussing, well, what if, but then we all went back to our jobs with confidence that public education was safe from horrible threats because it is the bedrock of society. Fast forward to where we are now. Vouchers are destroying public education faster than we could ever imagine. Think about this. The state predicts Sarasota to have somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,500 weighted FTE and voucher participants for this next coming year, approximating $55 million. What could this district do with that $54 million that's going now, not to Sarasota, but to students in Sarasota going to private, parochial, and homeschool? Or maybe, just imagine what you could have been doing with the budget if we just froze the increase in vouchers for this year. So the
Sue Maloney and Kasan Doerty.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Kasan Doerty. I trust you'll remember. I also have plenty of thoughts and feelings about what just happened, but I'm sticking to my prepared comment. I'm going to throw some dates at you. March 11th, February 18th, countless other dates. I, as well as so many others, have been here to do one thing, to ask you to make a preemptive plan to protect our district from the impending funding cuts we all knew were coming. Now that they're here, I ask you again, do we have a plan? We're running out of money, plain and simple. We need action. We need transparency. I'm asking that you hold a town hall and let the families of Sarasota know what you plan on doing to help maintain our schools in the wake of these cuts. In addition, I ask that you pass the resolution emailed to y'all combating the freeze, reimbursing our funds. The time for preventative measures is over. The funding is in jeopardy now. We need you now more than ever. Step up in our time of need. Step up for every student every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Alex Doerty, Colby Headkey.
Hello. So I'd like to address the situation that just happened. As was helpfully pointed out, in each of our cases, there was someone who stepped up. We shouldn't have to count on the kindness of someone to take specific notice. We should be able to specifically help us. We should be able to, we should be able to know that in the rules we have specific precautions. It shouldn't come down to the kindness of a person to save a child from being bullied. But anyway, hi, how you doing? So we've been warning you about federal budget cuts since January. We've asked time and time again for a plan. Where is it? What are you guys doing? Why are you fiddling around with student code of conduct and taking away important specific protections for queer people? That's not productive. You're public servants. Your job is to work with the public who hired you to help us manage the schools the community's kids go to. And we've been asking you to do something. Make a resolution calling for our funds to be returned. Call for our state to join the other 24 states who are suing the current administration. Do your job. Just do something. We need this money and we need to figure something out. I know it might feel futile, but just making an effort is better than nothing.
Thank you.
Colby Headkey, followed by Elizabeth Braden.
Yes or no?
My name is Colby Heidke. I'm still a former student of Sarasota County Schools. I have a lot to say about what just unfolded, but I'm going to set that aside and deliver my prepared comment. I want to talk about the federal funding freeze that has left our school district with a multi-million-dollar hole in our budget. These are funds that we have budgeted for, prepared to spend, and suddenly had ripped out from under us. These are funds that were meant to be spent on ESL programs, special ed, teacher professional development, and we have no plan to replace these missing dollars, and we, as your constituents, are concerned. Since January, the community has warned you about the current dismantling of the Department of Education. We warned you about a loss in funding because of the voucher program. Bridget called us fearmongers. We wanted a plan. We wanted resiliency, but all we got was a school board that kind of fell asleep at the wheel. Now we're driving off a fiscal cliff. This is a long-term crisis, not a one-time freeze, not a little bump in the road. This is a systemic disinvestment in public education that is happening throughout our country, and it will continue to worsen if our local school districts let it slide. With constituents left in the dark about the effects of these cuts, distress, panic, and uncertainty have set in among Sarasota's family. People don't know whether they'll have to find alternative education pathways for their special ed students, whether their children will have the opportunity to learn English, or whether their teachers will get the vital training that they need to foster a thriving educational environment. That's why we're asking for a town hall. We want families to know exactly what will be cut, what will replace it, and how the district is going to fight back. We're also asking for the resolution to officially request that the DA give us our funds back. This freeze is just the start, and the first step to stop it is for our districts to break the silence in which the injustice thrives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Braden and Mona Johnson.
There it is.
Oh, hi, I'm Betsy Braden. I have two kids that went to school in Florida Public Schools. I want to thank Tom for changing his vote. And I almost could sit in here and listen to the gaslighting. It was driving me crazy. But I will stick to my points. Although I was texting my trans daughter and about how some people would like them to die, and she said, I hope those people aren't like that, and I hope you don't want the transgender people to die. I really hope that you don't. Anyways, I'm going to get back to the budget. I'm here tonight because the schools are in danger. I'm asking the board, because of the OMB cutting the federal funds. I'm asking the board to do the following. Release a public statement explaining what this freeze means to our community. Students and families deserve to know what is happening before school starts. Host a town hall as soon as possible to answer questions and hear concerns. We are ready to help you organize it. Pass a resolution formally urging the Office of Management and Budget to release those frozen funds. A draft resolution has already been provided. Send this resolution to our members of Congress. Urge them to contact both the Department of Education and the OMB. The board should also notify the State Department of Education with full detail on the expected losses and public actions taken. Finally, if our state is not yet part of the lawsuit challenging this freeze, I ask that the board publicly call on our Attorney General to join. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mona Johnson, followed by Lillian Williamson.
My name is Mona Johnson. I'm a longtime Sarasota resident. I just want to ask that this setting is great for us to communicate with you, our expectations and our hopes and our wishes and our dreams. But unless we persist and listen to your comments, and sometimes there are very few, we don't know what you're thinking. So I would like to propose that, as others have, that we have a town hall, a well-advertised, large venue where everybody could communicate both directions. We need your leadership. We need to know where we're going. And I see that that might help.
Thank you.
Lillian Williamson, followed by Leah Nolton.
My name is Lillian Williamson. I go to Booker High School. I'm a junior. As a school board member, you know things I don't. As a board member, you know things families and students deserve to know. Transparency is not a want, it is a need. The Department of Education's federal budgeting cuts have left Sarasota with millions of dollars lost. You know this, affecting all of our students by cutting Title I programs. But we, the families, don't know what specific programs. That information is not available to us. However, the Sarasota County School Board does have that information. The budget cuts are not your fault. We're not claiming they are. We're not telling you you need to own up to the actions and put on a brave face. That's not what we're asking. However, the active choice to ignore these budget cuts and refuse is your fault. You have failed to be proactive. Now you have to be reactive, okay? We, as a community of Sarasota, more than just the people in this room, need answers. We need you to host a town meeting that is bigger than 10 seats, and we need to be able to have the opportunity to ask questions, because I can stand before you and talk at you, but I don't know if you're listening because you aren't responding in a way that makes me feel that way. We need a chance to have productive dialogue and collaborate, work together, because you guys are not the enemies here. Pass the resolution, please. Ensure that all of us students are protected and that we are safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leah Nolton, followed by Reverend Lily Brock.
I was going to use this to talk about private school vouchers and our current funding crisis, but after what just transpired, I need to respond to the statements of this board. Not all bullying is reported, especially when the victims are children who are very young. They are left afraid and distraught, not knowing there is any recourse for them. Using the amount of reports this district has received to minimize the real impact of bullying, especially that queer students face, at best naive, and at worst disingenuous and willfully ignorant. The incidents from my previous speech were in elementary school long before the current policy was implemented, and the incidents that I mentioned in high school were reported to administration but were failed to be brought to the district level and completely dropped without recourse. This is a failure of this district, especially when these incidents involve physical abuse and sexual assault. This kind of oversight and failure to bring things up the chain of command will only increase when policy language is made less specific and more general. If you truly care about anti-discrimination, you would include both the language of all students and specific enumerated protections, because this would ensure a maximum impact while still protecting students who are more at risk of being failed by the systems in place. Children often try to hide the bullying from teachers and administrators by doing it outside of the view of their compatriots, and it creates a difficult situation where these incidents cannot be reported. Just because incidents are not brought up to the district level does not mean they aren't happening. And when they are brought up to the district level, that is a serious indication that they are very severe. If you look at any quantitative analysis or objective data, which I have provided you with, and many people.
Thank you.
Reverend Brock, followed by Avery Cole.
Did Reverend Brock leave? Thank you. Not yet.
Okay, now it's on. Good evening. My name is Avery Cole. I'm a rising junior at Booker High School.
I'm going to try to stick to my original comment, but I did want to talk about something that Mr. Connor brought up with there not being a lot of reports of discrimination. Unfortunately, a lot of students, including myself, who have been discriminated against, don't report because either they are too scared with fear of students hearing of the reports or maybe like getting a consequence for discriminating against somebody, and then they go back to the person and discriminate more. So some students are just downright scared to report. But that aside, it's still happening, but that aside, as I've said before, it's better to get ahead of the fire than to be caught in the smoke. Well, now our funds are on fire and you guys have not prepared the water. We've came to you, we've asked you to be proactive and not reactive, but now we are left in a state of dismay and we have no plan provided by the district. Well, we have a plan. It's to pass the resolution and to host a public town hall to address the community's concerns. Please give us a chance to respond in a manner that supports us as a community. The community is here and is ready to work with you. It's time to just work together and to stop fighting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sonia Helman and Jamie Barrett.
Yeah? Okay. Good evening. I'm Sonia Helman. I'm here because our schools are in danger. On July 1st, the Federal Office of Budget Management froze over $4 billion of funds. We're asking you to fight the freeze. This isn't a partisan issue. This is about maintaining the high standard of public education that exists in Sarasota. This time calls for leadership, accountability, and clarity, not mocking us because we're asking. The freeze is by no way the only way that public funding is in peril. The fundings for the very agenda items that you voted for are now scheduled for severe cutbacks in the 2026 budget. So I'm asking you, so many community members, please release a statement on what the freeze means to Sarasota families. They deserve to know before school starts. Host a town hall as soon as you can to answer their questions and concerns. There is a lot of fear out there. Pass the resolution urging the Office of Budget Management to seek frozen funds. I'm sorry, I have a lot of feelings. I feel very gaslit after that. You guys ignored the science. You ignored the science. How can you expect our children to learn when you ignored the science? I think if we're gonna stop bullying, I think one of you should delete your Facebook. It's very hurtful, and many students have told me that. I'm just asking for some human decency here, okay? I'm asking you to behave like you were a school board member, like you cared about all of us, all of our kids. Please stop bullying them online, please.
Thank you.
Jamie Barrett and Sebastian Martinez.
Hi, I'm Jamie Barrett and a member of this community. And I tell you, I would not want your job. I see we may be divided, unfortunately, but moving forward, we must work together regarding the budget. During these uncertain times, you have to make excruciating budget decisions. I think I heard you correctly. We are having town hall September. I think I heard that right, okay. Well, I think we need one earlier, but hey, better late than never, right? Thank you in advance for that. Town halls gives transparency of what's going on in the community, a chance for us to ask questions and understand what programs will be cut. Now our federal funds have been frozen. We must stop the freeze. We can all agree this is a financial crisis. When I lived in New York, the vouchers were introduced for children that didn't have the same opportunities I did. I thought that was amazing. So my life went on, and here we are, and here I am. And time goes. Sarasota schools are rated A. So that tells me that most people in this county are thinking Sarasota public schools in Sarasota are doing a great job. But Because of the $5 billion that are going to vouchers, this is one primary reason for the crisis. I'm not saying get rid of vouchers, but I'm saying we need guardrails. Let's work together and take a look at the program and see where we can make changes to ensure we free enough funds for all students. If we don't do this soon, we literally won't have enough money to fund our public schools. Our public schools will be dismantled. We have time to fix it.
Thank you.
Sebastian Martinez and Ariel Williamson.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. I'm Sebastian Martinez, a Booker grad and community member, and I was going to speak on the budget crisis and vouchers, but Mr. Superintendent, you sitting up here and saying there were no reports of bullying up here over several years is a bold-faced lie represented in your numbers. Students, former and current here today, outstack the numbers that you provided. People that I know outstack the numbers that you provided. So in that aspect, I agree with you, Bridget. But instead of striking enumerated listings as a policy writer, you add stricter accountability levers to administrators or teachers to ensure people who don't report are held accountable or to a higher standard. Words matter, especially in policy. Superintendent, board members, if you're not hearing about bullying and harassment in your schools, it's because people want to keep their jobs. No school wants to be the one leading the way in bullying, Mr. Superintendent. I promise you, if you survey students effectively and you ask them, grab 100 students, at least 20 to 50 of them can give you unique examples of violence, bullying, harassment, assault, etc. Your students could probably also tell you about the scandals that your administrators are covering up between each other or between them neglecting students. If you ask and talk to students, and I promise to God, if any of y'all three file for re-election in 2026, I will knock on every door I can until I'm blue in the face and my calves are like an Olympian, to ensure that all of your seats are filled with school board members who are going to listen and serve and represent our students. Because this decision it's a statewide political movement. It's the same way that districts fired superintendents in 2022. Now it's being done all across the state of Florida today and in these coming weeks. All men are created equal historically has never meant all, and so I urge you all to pick up.
Thank you.
Ariel Williamson, followed by Michelle Zinser.
My name is Ariel, and I'm a student in Sarasota County. Today, I want to speak with you about something that is both deeply personal and urgently important: mental health. Mental health remains a topic weighed down by a social stigma. Many students are led to believe, often by social media or even adults in their life, that struggling with mental health makes them weak or different. This mindset isolates students and discourages them from seeking help. While our school district has made efforts through videos and assigned activities to address mental health, many students I've spoken with feel these initiatives fall short. They don't feel heard, supported, or engaged in a meaningful way. Speaking from personal experience, I faced significant trauma in my own life. I've seen the damage that silence and misunderstanding around mental health can cause. We have to rethink how we educate students about mental health. Too often, emotional distress is dismissed, especially in young women, as being hormonal or dramatic. We need to shift the focus towards understanding symptoms and how they affect teens today, rather than offering generic advice on what to do once a problem already is overwhelming. Insensitive jokes and comments about mental health are also far too common. These remarks can be deeply hurtful to students who feel unsafe. We must create an environment where students feel supported and empowered to speak up, where respect for mental health is taken seriously by everyone. Mental health education must go beyond checkbox activities. We need real conversations, real resources, and real support systems in place for students. I may not have all the answers, but I do believe our community has the heart and the strength to do better, to listen, to learn, and to lead change.
Thank you.
Michelle Zinzer, followed by Jules Rain.
I'm Michelle Zinser. I'm here to make a brief comment on the freeze in funds. On July 1st, my understanding is that billions of dollars were frozen by Office of Management and Budget that was supposed to be used for this coming year. So what are we doing about it? I haven't heard from you. What are we doing to mitigate the problem? What are you advocating for? I don't know your position. You okay with it? I don't know. But we need to know. What programs are going to be removed? Are you removing after-school care? Are you removing teacher training, which you've talked about today that you're planning to do to train teachers without the money? How are you going to train those teachers on these things? So there's a lot of issues that are up in the air. Is it true that public education money is going to be affected? Public schools are going to be affected, but the voucher program is not going to be affected. Is that true? We don't know. We need you to tell us. I need to know, we as a community, and I personally would like to know, what are you going to do? And how are we going to get through this school year without those extra funds? What teachers are going to be removed? Are any administrators going to be removed? We need you to talk to us. It needs to be a town hall. You need to put a policy paper out there to explain what's happening. Parents need to know. And it's going to affect the students. Our program's going to be cut so that the classroom size is going to be larger. These are your decisions that you have to make. So how are you making the decisions? And who's going to be affected? Thank you.
Thank you.
Jules Rain, followed by Dean Davidson.
Thank you. My name is Jules Rain from Quality, Florida. The Sarasota School District stands to lose millions in funding due to a federal funding freeze, with proposed federal budget changes that will make these losses permanent. The silence of this school district against the loss of funding has been deafening. We have seen no pushback, no communication, no direction, and no action to oppose the loss of funding or to provide clarity to district staff or to the community on how the district will deal with this loss of funding in the short term or the long term. So I'm calling on the school board to sign a resolution, as Xander proposed earlier, opposing the loss of funding cuts and the release of frozen federal funds. And also to use your lobbyists to fight funding losses and to call on this district to hold a town hall to provide clarity on how the district will respond to federal funding cuts and answer community questions. Regarding the vote that was just made on student protections, one of the ways I know I'm a woman is that I've learned to recognize when I'm being mansplained to, when I'm being condescended to. And with the exception of Mrs. Barker, 4 of you just mansplained to this community, just condescend to this community. And 3 of you voted against the interests of students, against the science and data regarding enumerated protections, and against the voices of this community. Every single person in this room, with the exception of Barbara Vaughn and Michelle Poe, spoke against the actions 3 of you took today. And we will not forget, because it just so happens the 3 of you that made this vote are the same 3 that are up for re-election next year. And if you want to know why being against the interests of students and the voice of the community is a bad idea, just ask Karen Rose.
Thank you.
Dean Davidson, followed by India Miller.
Hi, my name is Dean. I spoke to you earlier. I'm a Sarasota resident, and I actually grew up in this area, and I went to Sarasota schools. I do have a whole thing I was going to say about the budget, about us needing a town hall. All those things are true. But with the vote that you just took, it's going to put people like me when I was in high school in danger. You know, those things that happen to people, they're not just isolated incidents. You know, when we have school board members who sit here on Twitter or on Facebook insulting people in my community, it affects us. It affects people who have LGBTQ students, children. I'm all over the place right now. But I just don't understand how the three of you could choose to vote against facts, considering that is something that is always preached, facts over feelings. But you let your feelings take advantage of you and let it take advantage of what you decide you vote for. I do want us to be honest with the public, though, and to take real leadership in the fact of our deepening budget crisis. We've known about the federal funding freeze for months. It was communicated, but no meaningful action was taken. And now the consequences are landing the hard on the students who can afford it the least. Those who rely on academic support, mental health services, English language programs, and support for housing and secure youth, those will all possibly be cut. We as a community want to know what you plan to do, how you plan to do it, and what your actions are going to be to help support the students in Sarasota County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
India Miller, followed by... You will be in 3. India not here? Okay.
Thank you.
Reverend Mulligan, followed by Tracy Lipton.
Good evening. I'm Mary Alice Mulligan, a pastor and a Sarasota resident, and I vote. I do not have children currently in the school system, but as a member of the community, I am very eager that we have an educated citizenry. So the school board is important to me. Our school system has been dealing with budget issues for some time, and I know you've made painful and difficult decisions. But I'm especially concerned about our recent federal funding cuts. So I call on you, the school board, to tell us what is happening. You've heard several other people say the same thing. How will our schools be affected by these cuts? What is the plan? My guess is, even though we don't know about it, you have been thinking about it and talking about it. So you must have some plan at least started. So will you demand release of our full federal funding? Will you petition to have that money reinstated? We want to know what's going on, and it's not just the students and the parents, although certainly your loyalty is to them, but the rest of the community wants to know too. Educated citizenry matters. So please tell us that you will in fact schedule and attend a town hall sooner than September. We need to know as school begins what the plans are. We want that town hall to listen to what you have to say, but also to be confident.
Thank you.
Tracy Lipton, followed by Zaire Kekahuna, followed by Kyle Quattlebaum.
Tom and Bridget, we're here today.
Because y'all made this an issue. Don't get it twisted, okay? You're sitting up there spewing, here we are again. Why do we keep doing this? Because y'all put it on the agenda. That's why we're here. Seriously? So, this is what I'd like to say, call a social media post from your school board, Bridget, member Bridget. Many of us have been working on this issue for years, Tiffany Justice, and I am so grateful for our Donald Trump administration for taking action. The way in which the radical left has exploited mental health is absolutely disgraceful, using it as a vehicle to prey upon vulnerable children. In addition to her great work with Nikki Nelly, does an excellent job in this thread exposing the truth about disgusting organization. Do you know what organization she's talking about? Trevor Project. Smirking and smiling again. Sick. There's your Bridget Ziegler saying words without any backing, any proof whatsoever. And here's this angry woman again. And I wish I wasn't given opportunities and reasons to come here over and over and over again, angry. I look forward to the day I can come in here for a good old-fashioned kumbaya jam session. But you have a hateful, pandering, and quite frankly, desperate because she's been canceled member of your school board. Someone who has a joy for toxicity and a yearning for drama, cheering and celebrating the closure of a suicide hotline for children, a hotline that has helped 230,000 children. Children in such pain, they reached out to a suicide hotline. I don't care if George freaking Soros himself funded this. How dare you sit on this school board, sit at this dais, your soapbox, and look anybody in the eye as you trample on your oath to champion students, a student every day. I don't know how you not only can look us in the children in the eyes, I don't know how you look at yourself in the mirror. Most of these children are part of the LGBTQ community, a community you're a part of, regardless if you ever say it out loud. You're the B in it. Hypocrite. These children are calling that Trevor Project. The children calling the Trevor Project hotline are the same children that spoke here today. For that, you yourself have proven what everyone here today is saying. Unbeknownst to you, upon you writing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Zaire, followed by Kyle Quattlebaum and Anya Dennison. Kyle, then Anya, and then Xander.
So is either two there, or is it Xander's up next? Okay, thank you. Okay, Anya, yes.
So when I spoke earlier, I asked what I thought was a pretty basic question, which is, why were the discrimination and code of conduct changes proposed in the first place? And why remove protections that are already in place? No one answered that. I do genuinely want an answer, and so if someone could answer that, that would be lovely. If we're hearing that things aren't going well for students right now, why are we moving in a direction that research shows makes things worse? I'm just confused. And this isn't like a difference of opinion. Like, it's not about each board member just thoughts on the matter. It feels like there's like this weird invisible pane of glass between us, and I just feel like I can't understand where you're all at, because this is based in science. Like, we're not talking about different things. This is all stuff that people who have spent their whole lives working in science and research have studied and found to be true. And Tim and Bridget, I wish you could look at me, but we're talking about science, and that's so important. And we have to trust experts when they're doing their jobs as experts, because if we don't trust in their careers, what are we doing? I want to share where I'm coming from, because when I don't know how to approach these issues, that's what I turn to. And when we say all, we are risking missing the fact that harm hasn't been experienced equally. I really want to just be clear about that, because Robin, I appreciate everything that you said about wanting to protect all students, and I feel like you're coming from a really authentic place, and I agree with that completely. But we have to acknowledge, when we're working in a school district with so many students from so many backgrounds, that people have entirely different life experiences. Like, we know that LGBTQ students statistically report higher rates of bullying and harassment. Black students are more likely to face harsher discipline for the same behaviors. Students with disabilities are more likely to be isolated or excluded. Those are all things that have been studied by researchers. We know that they are proven and true. And so they're not hypotheticals, they're patterns. And we have to protect all of these people. But
Thank you.
Xander Moritz is the last speaker tonight.
Wait, there you go.
Thank you, Board. Thank you, Superintendent. I want to echo everything that y'all have heard from the community today. And I'm going to hear one more time just to say, 1, please pass the proposed resolution. 2, please host a town hall before the school year begins. That's all I was going to say. I'm just going to really quickly add that when people arrive to this boardroom emotional, please do not assume the worst, right? If you're on the internet nowadays, I promise you, you're getting the worst version of the news every day. Everything seems scary and big and harsh and severe. And it's something that many of our people are experiencing harm with every single day. And you don't need to understand that. You don't need to empathize with that. But when people arrive in your boardroom emotional, instead of returning that with, oh, well, you get to get emotional, I get to get emotional. Instead of acting as though you are equals, which you are, you should have that, you know what, I'm on the dais. I'm an elected official. There are cameras on my face. There are parents watching. Let me, even though I entirely disagree with what's being said, operate with a level of respect. Because you want your students to feel comfortable coming here and speaking to you, even if you disagree with them. But if I was a student right now in the district, I would feel disgusted. I would feel scared to be here. I would feel like, wow, these big scary adults in suits are being horrible to me. Like, what are we doing? If you truly disagree with everything that's being said, you should be able to say it calmly and cleanly with your chest and with no emotion coming to prove it. What do you have to prove? That you need to get angry or sad or emotional? To me, it means that the people that are coming here to speak, they're tapping on something. They're hitting something that even if you can't articulate, you feel. I don't think that you think.
Thank you. Before we start the member comments, a couple of things. Mr. Dugan, if you would please, in reference to the legal issues that you would explain.
Sure. Are you referring to the changes to the Code of Student Conduct and the policies?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I don't want to belabor and give everyone a legal lecture here, but I think the short explanation of this is that when we apply for federal funding as a district, we make assurances that our policies are in compliance with federal regulations. So we are constantly reviewing our policies through the lens of, are they in compliance with state law and federal law, so that we can put the district in a position to not only be compliant, but also to do our best to ensure in tough budget times that the funding won't go away through policy-based decisions. So when I review policies as a lawyer, I make recommendations about changes based on the current legal landscape. And again, I don't want to bore you with the details here, but I think there's a legal basis to do this based on the current states coming out of the administration in Washington, D.C., which is now in symmetry with what's going on in Tallahassee. In the past, there's been conflicts between those two, which have made it where there's really no meaningful way to be in compliance with both. That's no longer the case. Now there is a clear legal path when it comes to students in protected categories, and so these recommendations were made with the idea to put the district in as strong of a place as possible to make sure that we can continue to receive the federal funding that makes the whole district move forward. And as I understand, it's millions of dollars. Ms. Penner could tell you probably with more detail exactly where the federal funds go, but I have been told small millions all the way up to 30 million. So this was done from a risk management standpoint to make sure that there's not any unnecessary loss of funding over the way that policies are worded.
Thank you, sir. Superintendent Connor?
Yeah, thank you. I have a lot to say just because there's been a lot of questions that I think I can begin to address, and this can be furthered through whether we want to do a town hall, a community insight session. I do want to start with one of the comments regarding the data that I shared around the bullying and harassment. I specifically am reporting out data from our system around the sexual and gender and orientation reports of bullying and harassment. That is not to say that there has not been bullying and harassment. So I just want to make sure we're clear that that was not misleading. To clarify, that is gender and orientation reported bullying and harassment. In terms of the budget, and I know we're going to be moving into a budget approval for the tentative budget. There has a lot has transpired since school has been released. You know, when students went off for the summer, we received a lot of information over the course of June and July, most of which you have heard in the news. But I'm going to go over a few things that have created constraints to our budget that has required us to do some actions to put some things into place, I believe, expeditiously over the summer rather than waiting to the standard practice of looking at the fall adjust period, which is standard across all school districts. We all know that the majority of our budget is built upon student enrollment. And the fact is, we have not seen an increase. We have seen flat and even declines in our projected FTE for a couple of years now. The DOE projected us actually of a decrease of about 300 students this year. That we knew. What we didn't know is that the state legislature would not finalize their budget till way past the time they should have. And actually went into the end of June before they passed a budget. So when we got that information, we seen things like weighted program funding for students like ESE and ESOL was decreased in the formula. That resulted in over 200 students in terms of weighted FTE that was cut from our budget. We also saw that the increase only amounted for Sarasota County at 1.3%, while we also know medical insurance benefits will increase by 11%, which is 30% plus over the last 3 years. FPL is asking for a 20% increase in utilities. We all know that the cost of everything, food, energy, fuel, all of that is going up tremendously. We also know that real estate is softening here, which has only resulted in a minor increase of about 3%. We have historically seen almost double-digit increases in our tax referendum and our millage rates over the last few years. We're very thankful that we saw a 3% increase versus a negative, but that again has implications. We also are opening 2 schools. Next year we'll be opening Sky Ranch. That has an operational cost attached to it. We're not necessarily bringing in more students. We are addressing the fact that we are overcrowded at schools like Ashton, Lakeview, Sarasota Middle, and we will be able to place those students appropriately in a new facility. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that we are generating new FTE to cover the operational cost that goes along with that. And that will be a problem for us next year. And the question will be, well, why have we built 2 new schools? That was done in prior boards, and I believe was done with the best data available at the time because the landscape in Florida was much different then. We saw enrollment increasing, people moving into Florida, the real estate market was booming. We did not have universal Florida Empowerment Scholarship even on the table. It was limited to based on income at that time. So there's a lot of dynamics that I think were not in play at the time of the decision to build those schools that are now in play. And now that has changed the game and may lead to legitimate questions of why we built those schools. But I do want the community to remember that when we build schools, we build it out of capital dollars. That is a different bucket of money than our general operating dollars, which pays for the programs, which pays for the salaries and the benefits of our staff. But those dynamics to operate those schools will have implications for our general budget. And so we have to plan for that. That means we had to increase staff. Think about it. When you open a new school, you can't shift everybody to the new school. We do go through a process of staffing and moving teachers and support staff over to the new school based on enrollment. But you have to have a new principal. You have to have a new assistant principal. You have to have food nutrition services and custodial services that you can't necessarily just move from one. You have to add to that. So those costs are incorporated in the operation of a school. We talked about it at our workshop, and I highly encourage the community to go back and watch today when we talked about how the Florida Empowerment Scholarship has pulled $2.5 million out of our budget, even though we funded and we educated those students in Sarasota County. But because they opted and signed up for a scholarship, that was fully funded. And that money went to that versus coming to the school district, which still hasn't been corrected. There also was a $47 million shortfall around the state of Florida that when they budgeted for education, they budget it and they say, this is the dollars you get. No matter if you have new enrollment, if people move into Florida or whatever, They came with a $47 million shortfall because at the end of the day, you've got the scholarships, you may be educating more students than you projected that you were going to at the time that you developed that budget, and that will have implications for every school district and how that falls out. We still don't know what that will look like. Also, remember, we are coming off the ESSER cliff. The school districts around the nation they've had an influx of funding that's been very difficult in some instances to even spend because of the ability to do after-school programming and getting people to work, those extra duties to make up for learning loss. And that has inflated a lot of school districts' reserve balances over the last few years, which is now becoming rectified that funding has dried up. So those are just a few of the things that are impacting school districts, specifically here in Florida, that are requiring all districts to make some very serious decisions. The fact remains is that 80% of our budget is based off staff. And so the last thing we want to do is impact the classroom. The sanctity of the classroom is what we're trying to preserve, meaning keeping class sizes manageable, making sure they have the right resources. And so when we're making decisions, we did 2 phases in June, July, where we analyzed our budget. We wanted to make sure that we positioned our employees best that we could into vacancies that we currently have available in our school district. So the first thing we instituted was a district hiring freeze. Because we have vacancies, we could then take a look at what positions that are not rostered to students could we begin to look at and say, hey, if we're going to prioritize any reductions or adjustments, where do we need to begin to look at? The first thing we looked at were what were some of those ESSER-funded positions that were added. We haven't had them for many, many years. They were added at the point when we had the ESSER dollars. The first position was the school-wide behavior coaches. I want to be very clear. Every position that we talked about in terms of adjustments or reductions had value and had a purpose at the time it was planned for. So this is not to say that school-wide behavior coaches are not important. We understand that, hey, behavior has always been an issue, and we're looking for ways to address that at a multitude of strategies. And that was one of the strategies that was decided upon when the ARP money was here. That money has dried up. We are now facing financial constraints. That was one of the positions on the table. And so we made the decision. They're not rostered specifically to students, even though they do have an indirect impact on that. So those things were looked at first. So for instance, school-wide behavior coaches. Then other support positions, district administrative positions. Everyone is taking the brunt. I want to be real clear. We are looking at the landings first before we look at the schools. But let's be honest, 3,000, over half of our instructional staff, or of our employees are instructional staff, and where are they? They are in the schools. But the percentage or proportion at which we are reducing is higher at the central office than it is at the school-based, even though it may be more people at the school because of the sheer volume and the number. So, what are some of the actions that we've taken? We've looked at the district department budgets, and we've made reductions across all district departments. Those budgets are built around how we operate throughout the school year. That's just materials, supplies, copiers, mileage. Think about the day-to-day operations of each department. We put a very strict reduction process in place to pull back as much as we can, but also ensure that we had mission-critical things continue. Things like out-of-county travel, those things are frozen and they are only approved based on specific needs. So if someone needs to travel to a state conference because they're going to get some critical information that's important for us to continue our work, then that may be approved. But other than that, all of that is frozen. We've looked at contracts. We reduced all of our contracts, whether it be a blended learning platform, whether it be a contract in our operations division. We've looked at every vendor and we've made decisions to say, can we renegotiate that, or do we even need it? Return on investment there? If not, we may need to cut that contract. We looked at discretionary funds that are in our schools right now. A lot of our schools have been sitting on discretionary funds that have rolled over year to year and have been unspent. In this time of need, when we're looking at ways to salvage as many positions as we can, do those funds sitting in rest at the schools, are they critical, or were they planned for something that we could then re-strategize and salvage positions? So we looked at that as an option. Obviously, capital dollars. Talked about we use capital dollars for building and maintaining our facilities. Well, there are legitimate transfers that we can move over from the general fund onto the capital. There's legislation that allows us to do that to a specific degree, and we've made sure we maximize that as a strategy to maintain positions. We looked at instructional materials. I talked about it today. We're going to be delaying ELA adoption for a year. That will bring back millions that we normally would have used to purchase brand new material and keep that into our budget. We're looking at all of our staffing formulas. ESC, for instance, I want to be real clear because ESC is one of those fragile student service supports that we want to make sure students have everything they need. The fact is, when I came in, we were staffing ESC at an average of 1 to 37 per caseload for a teacher. We went through a review, and I thank the board when I got here. They had already approved that process, came back with 33 recommendations. The team has done a wonderful job in implementing that. One of those was to adjust the formula. So we did. We adjusted that formula down small as we could. I mean, we're on an average of 1 to 18. Well, now that we're in the constraints that we are, we had to evaluate, well, first off, were we even able to fill the vacancies needed there? And there are plenty of vacancies in the ESC world that we were not able to fill. So we readjusted that formula to about 1 to 25, still much better than 1 to 37. And that has taken some of those positions, some of those vacancies off the budget so that we can, rectify the situation. We also looked at things like tech support. So we know that in our schools, we have typically had 1 tech support at all of our schools, and even 2 or 3, depending on whether it's a middle or a high school. That is, unfortunately, it's an area we had to look at because that is not the norm. When you look across the state, there are regional models that we modeled after to implement some savings by deploying tech support to 1 or 2 or 3 schools. And I want to thank our information technology team coming up with a great strategy to ensure that all of our schools are covered and have sufficient support when it comes to that. In ESOL, we also looked at adjusting the liaison formula. Our ESOL liaisons do some tremendous work, but again, when you look at non-rostered positions that are not directly tied to students, those are some compliance-driven positions. We saw opportunity there to make some reductions, create a regional support plan, and still be able to sufficiently fulfill the what's needed in that area. We also looked at things like assists in the clerical. So we may have bookkeepers. We also have bookkeeper assistants. We have registrars. We also have registrar assistants. We looked at every position and said, can we make adjustments and still fulfill our mission there? Now, we did that in June and in July as a courtesy to the employee. We wanted to make sure that we have these vacancies. If we make these adjustments, we want to ensure that every employee has a suitable role that they can go into. And I'm glad to say every one of them have to this point. Now we're in the July phase, and we're still working through the adjustments with ESE and with ESOL. And I will assure you, no one will be without a job unless they choose not to be here, because we do have the vacancies. I want to thank our STCA partners who have worked with us, because typically all of this would have occurred in the fall, which would have been very disruptive. When school starts, you know who your teacher is, you want to stick with them for the entire year, and then you have to make adjustments. I will tell you though, we will still go through this in the fall because it will be predicated on student enrollment. And right now, I can't guarantee that the projections will line up with the actual enrollment on the 5th day count. That is a wait and see game. And then we will make additional adjustments, and that will happen just like it does every year at the 5th day. And then the hope is that any adjustments or reductions that need to be made, we'll have a staffing process, everyone will land somewhere, and by Labor Day, we move forward with the rest of school. And so that's kind of the status of where we're at. All of this information has transpired literally. We do not have even the fourth calculation from the state from last year to know if it's going to have an impact on our final budgets. We're projected to end this year with a 12.7% fund balance, which is great. Many districts are flirting under 3% right now. So Sarasota is in a good place when it comes to that. But the fact remains, we still have the challenges because as we open up new schools, as the Florida Empowerment Scholarship continues to play out, all of that will have long-term impacts on our budget. I appreciate the community's concern around the federal freeze of dollars. That was another thing that happened July 1st, I believe we got that information. That affects us by $2.5 million. Title II, Title III, and Title IV are the buckets of money that Sarasota receives. That's a culmination of $2.5 million. We do also have some adult programs that were affected, frozen for teaching the adult students English services through our adult education program. We've made adjustments in that we were able to budget for or plan for putting those positions into our general budget to carry those for now that were on those grants. But we did have to make some adjustments as to whether would we have this professional development? Could we maybe lean on some of our philanthropic support to fund some of those professional development? So we're looking at all of the things that are funded on those grants to say what can we keep and what can we do without. And so I'm happy to say that all of our positions have been preserved at this point, and we'll continue to hope that the money is released to us. So I would say continue to advocate. This board, myself, will advocate to release those funds. They're already planned for. They go to very critical services for our students. And so that would be my charge to the community is continue to advocate with Congress and any legislature you can to have money released to the school district so that we can continue to do the work that we do. I know that was a lot, but you asked the question. I wanted to give you the answer, and we can continue to have this conversation as many times as needed.
Well, thank you, Superintendent Connor. I greatly appreciate you making sure that you gave that explanation. And I know that we've also, as we've been saying, is that I know behind the scenes between Ms. Penner and as the superintendent, I know all board members, when they meet, they get updates in reference to the budget. They get updates on what's looming. And part of the problem is if you really tuned into that, is Tallahassee, the budget was really late this year. The fourth quarter hasn't been released. All the other dollar amounts haven't been, so it's kind of hard to plan for something that you really don't know what it's going to be, which is what we'd have been saying. We can also assure you that the board at 100% is behind that. We understand that our number one best sources are teachers that work here, because without a question that they are the number one people. And I know that last year, we would sign the very first time. We did a 2-year contract agreement with the teachers union, and we understand about the increased Sarasota cost of living, and we make sure that we intend to follow through on that contract to make sure that our teachers get those increases this year, because that's how important it is. Without them, we are nothing, because we are 100% behind our teachers, and that as a board, we all behind that for sure. So thank you, Superintendent Connor. We do have the one town hall meeting coming up in September. Without question, we can also look at what kind of advocacy. I know as the chair, I can ask Mr. Connor to look into that advocacy in reference to the frozen funds, because I think that is instrumental. Any bit that we can get, that we can do. And the other thing I can tell you from every board member is that we wanted to make sure that no teacher or no one was going to lose a job based upon these budget shortfalls. And everyone has been offered. It may not be within their field. They have been offered to continue with employment, because we understand that they have families, no matter whether they're entry level or they've been here forever, that they have families. And with these times, we need to make sure that they're taken care of, because we are only good as the human capital that we have. So we are totally appreciative of that. We can look into seeing if we want to, as board, during the one-on-ones with Mr. Connor, we'll see if he can add that to his questioning if we want to have a town hall meeting in reference to the specific subject. But we would also say everybody to watch that this morning, as well as you just heard Mr. Superintendent Connor's explanation, because that's basically what it's going to be. And some of the answers that you want, we don't know because we haven't gotten them, because we really don't know. But the one thing that needs to be corrected, and I know Mr. Edwards brought this up previously in reference to the scholarships, is if you didn't catch that, there's 250 kids that parents receive scholarships, but they are enrolled in public school, but we don't get any money for that because they've taken off the roll because they supposedly have scholarships and they're either going to be homeschooled or somewhere else. That's really crummy, because that right there would offset whatever frozen federal funds that we had. So that's something that we know, and our representatives, I spoke to James Buchanan about it, I know Fiona McFarland knows about it, they understand that piece has to be fixed, because the state of Florida also are not debt collectors, right? They're not going to send notice in the mail, send us back the $10,000 that you received. So they have to figure that out with checks and balances and have something in there, because districts can't afford that. And that's what we're doing. So we have been proactively doing, but we hard to do proactiveness when you don't have any numbers to be proactive about. And that's kind of what we've been saying. And again, the better that our schools are, the less reason that people have to take scholarships and to go anywhere else. And I know we are all committed to that at 100%, because we are the best game in town. Just look at what the charters offer, to look at a school like Riverview or the VPA at Booker, or you look at the IB programs, ACE at Sarasota High, look at the graduation rates. That's really what's important. And we're committed to that. And this staff and Superintendent Connor and his staff, they're phenomenal. They are truly, truly phenomenal when they come to these things. And they keep us informed. So, again, just so the community knows, is those are the things that we had. And I'll have him check with each of us to see if we need to do a town hall outside of September, which is, wouldn't be that hard to accomplish. And we definitely will get to see what kind of advocacy we can do for the federal funding, because we obviously need that, just as the community stepped up. And I thanked earlier all our representatives that went to bat for Sarasota, because they should be funding us for being the best and making everybody else, if you want the money, then get in the game. Don't penalize us because we're exceeding. And that they tried to do. So again, I hopefully that answered a lot of questions on our side and what we've been doing, because we know that that's super, super important. So again, thank you, Superintendent Connor. We'll be on to member comments, and we also have to go into the budget meeting. Does any member comments? Oh, okay. We'll start on this end. Ms. Parker, please.
I just wanted to clarify, because I heard a lot of comments saying, we told you this was going to happen and you weren't prepared. But the truth is, all of us are reading the tea leaves. We very much understand that cuts were coming and that more were coming. The way that school districts' budgets work, we are the only taxing entity that has almost zero input on how we allocate those taxes. That is run by our legislature and our state. So to say you didn't have a plan, well, actually, all along, we were constantly are evaluating our performance. We are constantly evaluating how we can tweak positions. So that's happened all along, but there is no way to make a responsible plan that says exactly these positions are going to be cut until we know what the budget is and exactly which pots of money they're pulling out of. So, I have to say the superintendent and his staff have done an excellent job of responding to the cuts as they happen and preparing for them, and they continue to do so. That doesn't mean, though, that there won't be disruptions yet again when the school year starts and we have that 5-day count. We're going to go through all this again. That said, I absolutely am interested in what our advocacy looks like at the federal level. What are they called? The people, thank you. Sorry. Day. Do we have lobbyists that go up to DC to advocate for us federally, Brento?
No, Ms. Parker. Capital City Consulting does have a federal lobbying arm of their firm, but our contract with them as it's currently written is only for state legislative lobbying services. So we would have to go in and amend that contract or seek out an additional contract with them or with another lobbying firm for federal legislative lobbying services. I will say they do a great job, even though they are not our federal lobbyist, of keeping us apprised of certain things as they happen and before they happen.
Okay, thank you. So then that does add an extra burden to us, I think, as board members to communicate at the federal level what this freezing of funds looks like. And it is then incumbent upon us, as we know and see, reading the tea leaves, that most of these federal funds are going to probably turn into block grants. We need to be at the table and having those conversations when those grants come to Tallahassee. So, as a board member, I absolutely cannot stand resolutions. I don't know. I'm allergic to them. I don't know. I don't prefer them. This may, though, be the one instance in which I was wrong, and maybe a resolution is something appropriate to consider. So I am on board with considering that. I do think we need to, as a district, the superintendent and staff have done a very good job of communicating all these changes in the budget to their staff and have kept them apprised along the way as things happen. I mean, minute by minute. I think I got an email from Mr. Connor on July 4th. We are on it, but I think we could do a better job of communicating with the public at large. And so I would support either putting out some sort of information in paper form. I would support having a town hall prior to September. I think that is where I hear you that we could do better. Now, all that aside, I do have to say, despite all the things that are happening right now, it is so critically important that we also find moments of joy and moments to support each other and to rejoice in all the wonderful things that are happening for our students. So I'm going to give you a few things that happened over the last couple weeks. Bear with me. Number one, Kathy Tompkins and Linda Termine put on a unbelievably beautiful and effective professional learning for our admin assistants and secretaries, and I got to be there and see part of that. And these ladies, not only do they have to listen to us all the time and Mr. Connor all the time, they're doing this on extra time, and they fundraised for it. I mean, put these people in charge of our budget, because somehow they got the whole thing paid for. I have a swag bag. I have a beautiful book. I mean, I got a label maker. Guys, Kathy and Linda, thank you. Thank you. Second one, a huge thank you to Dr. Clayton and Dr. Green for creating a beautiful and meaningful graduation for our students who graduated over the summer. Those students are some of the most resilient young people in our district, and they have faced unbelievable challenges to get to the graduation stage, and it was a joy to celebrate them. And I also want to point out that Student Support Services and Dr. Hutchinson and the work that you did to get students over the finish line, thank you. Really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. And then we did have a ribbon cut at Sky Ranch. And yes, that darn school is costing us a lot of money, but oh man, is it gorgeous. And it's going to be a wonderful learning community for our students. And it was very exciting to think about the start of the school year. My kids will be going there. My kindergarten, she's first now, get it right. They have their little Sky Ranch shirts, and my seventh grader said, well, I want a Sky Ranch shirt, and my first grader said, you don't get Sky Ranch swag because you're not going there. So I mean, we've got our swag, we're ready to go, and I think as a community, as important as it is to talk about the hard things, it is equally important to celebrate each other. So, onward.
Ms. Maloney?
Thank you, Mrs. Barker, for mentioning all those joyful things, because you and I were both at those things, so it is a pleasure, and in spite of all negativity, the positives outweigh the negatives in every way. So I just want to, when I was listening to the young lady who talked about the mental health practices that we have in place, that she felt that they were ineffective. So that is concerning to me, because, you know, we as a board have, before these cuts, but we allocated the money for more counselors, social workers, school psychologists, trainings of the teachers to try to stay on top of that. So if we're missing something, we need to have specifics, because obviously, if that really is true, then Superintendent Connor and his team, they've got to put their heads together and evaluate, because there's a lot of money that's going into mental health. So, and if it's not on the mark, we need to know. So that's a concern. And I do want to thank Superintendent Connor, and I felt like you kind of got beat up a little bit on maybe people not thinking you were sharing things about the budget. And, you know, like Mrs. Barker has said, and all of us, and what really hit too, Mr. Edwards said that he trusts you. And I do too. And I know that as information came, you tried to get it out as best as you could. Mrs. Penner's been talking about the budget all the past school year. Everybody has. So it's not like we're keeping it a secret, but it's hard to have a town hall when you don't have all the information. And I personally, I like the town halls. They're fine. But I don't want to have one just to have one when we don't have all the information to share, because that is even more confusing to the public. So we've got to get, the kids come August 11th, and we don't have a lot of time. We got to get, you have to have, and the teachers and staff, they have to have time to get these schools open and ready. Just like at Sky Ranch, the road's not even done approaching the school. We have a lot to do to get ready. So it's not like we're trying to keep anything from anybody. But just appreciate everything and your team. And it's there's a lot of angst out there, but you try to get out the information as soon as you have it. And I really appreciate that. And I just feel like there's all the negativity takes over all the positives, and we have so many positive things. And we will get through all this, but it's going to take patience, information, and you'll get it when we have it. The whole community will. But we have to keep our teachers and our other staff. We have to take care of them first to know that they have a job and where they're going to be, and give them the opportunity to choose where they would like to be. It's a big process. It just doesn't happen like that. And I have to say, in kind of, Mr. Edwards, you and I have to work on our emotions, because you and I both are, we put it out there so people know how we feel. So, but other than that, thank you everybody and staff for everything you do.
Ms. Ziegler?
Well, I was extra passionate today too, and I am, and it's on policy issues. I think we all care and come at things maybe in a different way, but that is what this is all about. And when it comes to the budget and the financial position, I think this has been something over the course of a couple years, certainly, that it was guaranteed to be a challenging casting, whether it be the expansion of the market of school choice, FES being a part of that, then having a flux of people in, then out, and then all of the ESSER funding. I mean, it really is extraordinary. And I would say to Mr. Carr oftentimes, because I speak with board members in different states and such, and many of them are in dire situations. And I would say, praise the Lord, we're good, we're okay. And we mostly are. I'm not taking it lightly, but what I think is so important is every organization, even households, have moments where you have to just refresh. You have to sharpen your pencil. What I think absolutely needs to be applauded, because the livelihood of our staff is very important, is that this was done in a manner that we didn't have to cut positions. I mean, or people, human capital. And that is, yes, it's going to be, there's changes. Yes, there might be more responsibilities than once upon a time was last year, just because of the sheer numbers of things. And that's normal for every enterprise, any organization, private, public, what have you. But I think it's really important for the public to know, for the staff to know that the core function of the district, the people who make it happen, and the families that we serve are at the forefront of all those decisions. And not waiting, I think this is really important, because we do have, it's always a crapshoot to a certain degree. There's a lot of calculations, but there's a lot of guessing and adjustments and guessing and adjustments. And those adjustments can be disruptive to the learning environment, which then can be disruptive to the academic outcomes. And so when you have strong leadership that's not afraid to start to maybe shake the tree a little early, and you have to deal with maybe more grumblings or a little bit more uncertainty, but it's really in the best interest to land in a good spot. And I believe that's much what happened. I'm very optimistic. I maintain that. And I think it comes down to good leadership. And I too trust the superintendent. I trust this leadership. I'm always going to verify, right? That's our job. But I feel very comfortable with and hopeful with what we have going. And I know I've said it to some of you when we've talked about some of the challenges, because summer's been hard on staff, really. Like, you guys have spent a lot of time looking at it, refreshing, looking at it again, refreshing, looking at it again. And perhaps, and I'm a big advocate of getting information out there, but and so I can respect that people are like reading headlines and, oh my gosh, what's happening? However, you don't want to put something out there that's not accurate. I'm okay with saying we're not sure yet, but you have to understand that we're sharing that honestly. That could also blow back in your face, but it's neither here. I mean, double-edged sword, I suppose. But I believe that we are going to come out of it, and I think it always allows for better opportunity. I guess that's how I look at it optimistically. I think that some stuff we talked about in the workshop today when it came to the calculations or the tracking, I don't know what the right word is. It's been a long day and I'm very hungry. Identifying where some of our scholarship students who we have not been funded for them, right? Am I saying that correctly? Sorry. Oof. And that concerns me deeply, because I believe everyone here wants the money to accurately follow the child. Yes, there are components of running, the costs that are required no matter what to run the organization. Those adjustments matter, but I think that the legislature and schools need to work on that. I think we need to get more information. I think there's a lot of questions. But for that reason, I think that played a bigger hit for us in my takeaway when I thought we were in pretty good shape, and that was an unexpected blow. But again, I'm going to special shout out to a former school board member, is Kovach, who instituted and fought really hard to have our 7.5 fund balance policy. I'm very grateful we have that, because it really puts us in a much healthier position. When I hear that there are boards across the state are approaching less than 3%, that's a couple days, it's a week maybe in an average situation of operating. That's very scary, and that's very disruptive. I mean, you talk about disruptive. So I thank you all for all that work that you guys continue to do, and I believe that while uncertainty, I think that with the right leadership and the right focus, you can get through any of them and all of those changes, whether we're talking about federal government or our state legislature. So with that, I guess we're concluding and moving on. I know Mr. Edwards, but we go to our budget, so I guess I'll reserve the rest of my conversations for that.
Mr. Edwards, please.
Thanks.
I want to start by saying that it's really a good idea to listen to our workshops, because a lot of the questions and comments that I heard, particularly in the second half, were things that, and in an effort not to mansplain, I think that's what I was. Yes, I am a man, and I'm also trying to be transparent so that people do know how I think and why I come up with. But the workshops are the only time that we get a chance to talk to each other, and that's a real good time to hear how we all think. And we workshop something, and then it goes to vote. So today, for example, I know what Mr. Connor did today about the litany, all the cuts. That was part of the workshop. I also want to point out in the workshop, which will to my final comment, for the first time, and I started to hear it, little pieces of it along the way in workshops, but today I heard 5 board members, 5, who are ready to advocate to Tallahassee that the voucher programs have problems, and we were all in sync, 100%. So don't miss that. See how we're trying to work together. So that leads me to why I was going to vote the way I did and why I changed it. See, the work that I do here on this school board, because if anyone has been paying any attention to me, I've been, excuse my French, complaining, I'll say it never. I won't go down the cuss word. I've been complaining about the voucher program before it got passed, because I was saying this was going to happen. I know lots of the SOS people have been saying exactly the same thing. We knew it was coming. So, and for years, I heard crickets from my fellow board members, just, yeah. And so finally, over time, either they've gotten to know me, like me, or we're starting to hear each other or talk a little more on the dais and in workshops. We're starting to get someplace. The policy of about the student code of conduct and the discrimination policy for me wasn't that I didn't even for a moment feel that our students are unsafe because of one policy or the other. Not for one split second, because of what I said about Mr. Connor, because about the administrators that I've worked with over 5 years, that some of which are no longer here, because of the new ones that come in, because of my conversations with teachers. So I don't feel, do I think bullying happens? Yes. Do I think we have a bullying culture? Yes. I hear bullying that came at me from the podium. I hear it still going on, and it's a bullying culture, and it's on social media, and our kids absorb it. And so that's really what we have to, so I want to thank Mr. Connor and Mr. Duggan, who worked with me to get the policy that got passed. They worked hard, they heard me, they listened to me, they made changes because my attempt was, I know what we're doing right now. They want the one side wants it this way, the other side wants it this way, and we just do this, and we're repeating the same thing over and over again. And why I changed my vote is that Mrs. Ziegler and I have been on polar opposites of this conversation from the day I got here. What I did see was a political movement around the Parents' Right Bill that was supported by yet another political movement, which was called Moms for Liberty. And all of that was a pre-planned political movement, and our students were caught in the middle of it that ended up becoming that whole divisive thing back and forth about don't say gay. And that's what I'm trying to avoid, and my attempt was to try and bring our community together. I was really trying hard to the every and all, and the reference to the statutes, to really try. When Mrs. Ziegler said what she said, I didn't want anyone to misunderstand that I was on that page, because I'm not, and I never will be. So it was an attempt to bring us together, and I hope that we all can try to do a little better job.
myself included, I do get passionate. I'm sorry, I love the school district so much, and I love the kids, and I'm grateful for the teachers and the administrators' work. So that's why I changed my vote. That's what I was trying to do, and it's not mansplaining, it's my heart and my transparency.
Thank you. I think we're going to move on as a board here. We're going to move. It's already 7:45, and we still have the things. If you don't mind, I do trust Mr. Connor, but I do have some concerns about Kathy Tompkins because I did not get a label maker, and I did not get a book. I didn't come, but I said maybe I was going to go, and they could have left it in. But anyway, I'm just saying. Sorry. Are we all good? Oh, all right. Miss Marinelli first, and we'll go to Migler.
And I'm trying not to be snarky, but it'll probably come out to be snarky. But it's not to anybody here. It's not anybody here. You know, we were talking about the voucher money that we educated kids here, but we didn't get the money. I don't know who made the comment that, we're not, Tallahassee's not a debt collector or whatever, but you know what? The federal government just is getting money back that they gave people for Social Security. They're making them pay it back. They're making them pay back other things. So, if families, which I hope that didn't happen, but if schools, they kept that money, they need to give it back. So they need to follow up on that. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Ms. Ziegler?
I'll be as brief as possible. Now, I thank you for that clarification, Mrs. Marinelli, because that's what I mean when we're talking about the voucher, the scholarship program it's a scholarship program. I want to highlight the comments that words matter. They do. We're policymakers. They absolutely do. I know that was discussed as it pertains to the policies that were passed today and the Code of Student Conduct. And Mr. Edwards, I know you mentioned your time in coming in, but there is a history that took place before you got here that really led into that entire process, and it actually hinges around words, and that's a lot of what we covered today. And so I'm going to just say the words, those expansions of subcategories, and specifically I'm going to say gender identity, which was added to the anti-discrimination policies, and there was a whole movement across the country led by organizations at the state, was actually ironically led by an organization that I think led the rally out here, which is Equality Florida. But that set us on a serious path that then when anti-discrimination policies added gender or gender identity, we already had gender, when we had multiple conversations, 2015, 2016, 2017, kept it as gender. But what that did is it allowed organizations to work with superintendents and sometimes board members to create programs without going to the public, and I'm using the gender diverse guidelines as the example because it matters, and it's what led us down this path, and that happened in 2018. That was before you were on the board. And that set us down an entire path, and this is Sarasota, but it did exist in many other counties and certainly across the country. Those words mattered because it opened up the floodgates to an environment that has proven to be toxic. Not because I want anyone to be discriminated or bullied at all. That stands. But the fact is that whole process, that whole trajectory led public education across the United States to be completely undermined, and the lack of trust and the parental rights movement, and I'm very proud to be a part of it because I believe in it. I hear people here today about facts, and I stand very firmly in what I believe in and what I state, and I care deeply for all students. I know that everyone's journey is different. I don't want any child to be lied to. I want children to be supported. I want families to be supported, and I have been very disturbed over the past 5-6 years to see where this movement has led many families, many individuals, and includes a massive destruction of trust in public education. It has also led to a substantial amount of families to seek other options. And I've always been a supporter of school choice, not because I want to undermine public education, but because I believe students don't get that time back and they've got to find an environment that works for them. I believe Sarasota County has extraordinary programs, extraordinary educators, and is absolutely top public school in the state. However, I recognize that environment and culture is the number one driver, particularly for elementary and middle school, where families are seeking what's the best environment for us. And if we collectively, because I know we all do, agree on quality education and focusing on areas where we can align, while this was a very heated battle, the discussion really landed on, we believe that no child should be harassed. Doesn't matter how they identify, what subcategory, whatever. And that we need to focus on ensuring a culture where students will come forward when that exists. That breaks my heart. But at the end of the day, a lot of these potential things that you talk about when you talk about the scholarship program and, sounding the alarm bells, I could argue that many of us were looking at the same thing, saying, if we don't fix this and create and listen to families and see why they're leaving, which I'm thankful that Mr. Connor and staff are really focused on that, because we have to serve them. We're in a competitive environment. It will hurt us. And so we've got to look at it in a holistic, in a collective way. And it's easy to put a firebomb here, firebomb here. I don't want to continue to have this conversation. I'm happy to close the book on this and move forward, but I don't think it's, I wanted to articulate the broader timeline of it, because it didn't just pick up as some targeted political movement. It was in response to what was taking place that started in 2015, and it didn't just happen in Sarasota. I just happened to make people aware of it. A lot of board members were either asleep at the wheel or part of covering it up. But I'm proud to say, let's move past that and continue to support every student, all students, to be successful in their education. And I yield the floor.
Thank you. I need a motion. Here we go. The next monthly work session is Tuesday, August 5th, with the next board meeting at August 19th at 6 p.m. With that, we need a motion to adjourn the board meeting. May I have a motion?
I move that we adjourn.
Motion by Ms. Marinelli. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Edwards. This meeting is closed. I now call to order the legal requirement in reference to the budget. Florida State Statute 200.0652E states that the School Board of Sarasota County, Florida will soon consider a budget for the 25-26 year. A public hearing to make a decision on budget and taxes will be held on July 29th, 2025, 1980 Landings Boulevard, Sarasota, Florida. During such discussion, the governing body shall hear comments regarding the proposed millage rate. The general public will be allowed to speak and ask questions prior to adoption of any measures by the governing body. The governing body shall adopt a tentative or final millage rate prior to adopting its tentative final budget. Superintendent Connor, please.
Thank you, Board Chair. At this time, I'm going to have our CFO, Bonnie Pinner, present the superintendent's tentative budget.
Well, good evening. It's a very small presentation today, or this evening. We have prepared the tentative budget book, and that was attached to this agenda item. So the agenda that has been published for this evening, that is being printed, and you should have a hard copy soon, but that gives you considerable details about the budget and what is being advertised. So today, really what we're asking is simply that the advertisements that are required via the TRIM statute approved, again, for us to publish and advertise. I will show you, so we have the TRIM timeline that actually started on July 18th when we received the certification of tax, the required local effort from Department of Education. Have until the 19th to give that to us, so they were actually a day early. I think it was because that was a Friday. So today we are asking that you approve the advertisements for our tentative budget hearing, which will be held next Tuesday. At that tentative budget hearing, again, you will be asked to approve the tentative millage rates and the budget that has been derived based on those rates. After that, we have a little bit of a hiatus, and you'll be coming back September 16th, and we will have at that time the final budget hearing. So based on what you approve tentatively, the the tax collector sends out the tax notices, which advertises that final budget hearing, which again is scheduled for September 16th. So just to let you see, our Ms. Barker did a great job of talking about the constraints and how we are told what we're able to levy as far as property taxes are concerned. There are 4 parts to our total millage levy that we levy. The first and the largest portion is what's called the required local effort. And as it states, it is required in order for us to participate in the FEFP program. You can see that rate has in total gone down for this upcoming 25-26 year. So last year, the total rate was 2.883 mils. And for this upcoming year, that is going down to 2.847 mils. So again, that is the required portion that is certified by the Department of Education based on what the legislature approves. We also, of course, levy a 1 mil operating millage. That's the referendum that gets approved by the voters. We are, at the discretion of the board, able to levy 0.748 mils, which is titled a discretionary operating millage. And as well, we are able to levy up to 1.5 mils for capital purposes, which Mr. Connor mentioned a little bit about how we are utilizing that to assist with some of the budget issues that we're facing this year. So those 4 components are what we are going to be advertising to be adopted by the board. Again, the only one that has changed was the required local effort, which did reduce. So those 4 added together was 6.095 mils, which is down from 6.131 mils levied last year. So there's a very, very small decrease in what we are levying. This year, taxpayers can see $609.50 in school taxes for every $100,000 of taxable value, which is, again, very, very similar to what was levied last year. A $3.50 decrease if your values stay the same. So again, very, very flat, but we're glad that it is going in that direction. That's always an easier picture to paint. You will see, though, despite that, we've had this several years in a row, that despite the actual millage levy going down, it will bring in additional dollars to the school district because the property values have gone up. So despite, again, the actual rate, the millage levy rate going down, we will be bringing additional dollars, so we have to publish a notice of tax increase. So last year we levied just over $698, almost $699 million. And of course there was a value adjustment board. Sorry, I should have pulled it up so I could look easier. My glasses don't well for that. The value adjustment board did decrease that by just a little over $1 million. So we actually realized by what we levied $697 million. But this year, based on the rates or the property values and the increases in property values, our levy will generate almost $715 million. And then again, that's the totality of what is being requested. So again, we are showing that despite the required local effort piece going down, the other components have created a situation where we will be getting additional dollars, and that's why we have to advertise a notice of tax increase. So that's really the important component of this. I'm sure we always get phone calls in regards to this, but it is important to understand where this is coming from. And again, those are the important pieces that will be advertised. We are advertising that online as we started last year, so this will not be published in the newspaper as had been done in the past. However, it will be legally advertised in accordance to the new statute. And that is the culmination of my presentation. I think Mr. Connor did a great job talking about what built budget and how that happened. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer or try to answer.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, Superintendent Connor, any final comments on it?
No, I think it is interesting that the required local effort, the amount of money that we levy to participate in the FEFP, that only generates for us about $2.8 million. So we put up $700 million in order to participate in the Florida Educational Finance Program that then distributes back to us from the state dollars of around $3 million. So it's a very, very interesting concept. Because once you net out the Florida Empowerment Scholarships, that we get. So just food for thought. And I ask that you go ahead and approve the tentative budget.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Tompkins. Do you have any citizens that are still here in reference to have any citizen comments?
Yes, we have a few. Carol Lerner first, and then Julie Forrester.
I am such a glutton. I apologize. Let me just tell you about a year ago. I spoke a year ago at the same type of meeting. There were only 3 of us in attendance. Our beloved Rana Bazzini, a parent who wandered in by mistake, and me. So if you look around tonight, we have a definite improvement and 100% improvement in terms of public comments because there are 2 people speaking. In any event, the budget. Yeah, I'm one of these weird people that gets kind of fascinated by budgets. And let me tell you, I actually learned some real important nuggets in the budget. When I spoke last year, by the way, I pretty much warned that we were going to have a fiscal crisis. That's because I look at budgets and I do a lot of research in general. But what I found in the 2 things. My main critique has generally been that education is being defunded. The vouchers are a big part of it, but it's not the only part of it. I would really like all the board members to look at page 45 in the budget book. There's a chart that's called Funding Per Student, FEFE. And that shows how Florida schools have been defunded. Because the current funding per student is $10,134. Had it kept up with inflation, it would have been $50,050. When I say education is being defunded, this is what I mean. It also had another interesting nugget in it in terms of how much we're losing per year for the vouchers, 32.7 million. Think of that, 22 million deficit, 32.7 going to vouchers. To me, that says a lot. But I also want to talk about what's ahead for the budget. The freeze, that is step number 1. Everyone here, look at the federal 2026 budget proposal. It's frightening. It takes ESSA. It removes 10 categories, many of the items that were on the freeze, gone. It takes 18 other categories and puts them together in a block grant, slashes the whole thing by 70%. So think of that. That's
3 minutes.
That was my main point. Look.
Thank you.
Julie Forrester, followed by Galen Cahill and Nicole Wallitz.
All right.
Hello, I'm Julie Forrester, and before I talk about the funding risks, I need to address the thing that I heard tonight. You talked a lot about financial risk management, so I have to ask, what is a life worth? What is a student's safety, well-being, or sense of belonging worth, and how can you put a price on that? We were told protections must be stripped because of legal and financial risk, but let's be clear. No court has required this, and I don't believe most courts would uphold a law that erases protected classes from school board policy. This is preemptive risk management for a law that doesn't even exist, based on advice from the same attorney who said it was fine to remove Title IX protections, even with federal funding on the line.
Ms. Forrester?
Yes.
To the agenda item,
Okay,
please.
so now we're facing a budget crisis fueled by frozen and at-risk federal funds and state shortfalls caused by voucher expansion. These cuts are happening regardless of whether protections are in place, and they're already affecting students and teachers right here in Sarasota. The truth is, this is a full-blown financial crisis, and this community deserves transparency. Families deserve to know what's coming, how it will affect them, and how they can help advocate for our schools. As a longtime community organizer, I can tell you support for public education in Sarasota is gold. This kind of engaged, passionate community is a rare asset, and the district needs to be tapping into that. That's why I'm urging the board to host a public town hall before the school year begins. Give families the facts, give them a forum to ask questions, get involved, and organize alongside you. Let's turn this crisis into a community-wide effort to protect our schools. I'm also asking you to adopt the resolution that has already been sent to the board and to build a real public-facing strategy to lobby both in Tallahassee and DC. We've seen this board lead before. You did it when AP and dual enrollment were on the chopping block. You educated families and created a model that spread statewide, and it worked. We need that same leadership now, and we need it fast. Parents, educators, and students are ready to stand with you. So please stand with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Galen Cahill and Nicole Bockwitz.
Next, please.
That's it. We're done.
Thank you. That then concludes hearing of citizens. I believe the next B is that I'm needing a motion for the acceptance of proposed millage rates for advertisement.
And if you would, please read each of the millage rates individually into the motion.
Yes, sir, and that shall be the proposed millage rates for 2025 be accepted as advertising in accordance with the requirements of Chapter 200.065 of the Florida statutes. Required local effort, 2.847 mils, basic discretionary, 0.748 mils, capital outlay, 1.500 mils, voted operating, 1.00 mils, total millage, 6.095 mils. May I get a motion? Motion by Mr. Edwards. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Barker. We're going to take a voice vote on this. Any discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Barker?
Yes.
Ms. Marinelli?
Yes.
Ms. Ziegler?
Yes.
Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. That's 5-0. The motion passes. I then believe we need a motion. Is that correct in reference to advertising of the tentative budget?
I move that the tentative budget for 2025-26 be approved for advertising as displayed in the attachment proposed tax increase budget summary ad and capital outlay notice.
Thanks, Ms. Ziegler. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Marinelli. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. Ms. Barker?
Yes.
Ms. Marinelli?
Yes.
Ms. Ziegler?
Yes.
Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
And the chair also votes yes. That is a 5-0 motion carries. With that, is there any final member comments? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.